Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, God, for all you do. Thank you, God, for being my friend. Thank you, God, for your unconditional love, support, and kindness. Thank you, God, for all the blessings, miracles, and gifts of today. Thank you, God, for my life. Thank you, God, for this opportunity. God, I ask that your will be my will. And I ask for guidance on what to do now. Thank you for bringing Sarai back to us at the right time, and only at the right time. Thank you.
Namaste. It gives me great joy to lead you through Soul Sync for Peace. From today, you are beginning your contribution to world peace by doing Soul Sync and by nurturing peace consciousness within yourself. This will be your strength. This will be your contribution to end inner violence and to contribute to world peace. It will be your magic potion to heal your heart of all its wounds and a wellspring of blessing and grace to manifest synchronicities that would pave way for a peaceful and a beautiful life. Soul Sync has freed scores of individuals of their inner judgments and inner prejudice against each other. It has opened their hearts to great connection and compassion. Are you all ready to do the Soul Sync with me? Please be seated with your eyes closed, your spine erect, and your body still. We will move into the first stage of the Soul Sync. Take 8 conscious breaths. Use your thumb and your fingers to keep count. Move to the second stage. Inhale slowly. Exhale, make a humming sound. Do it for 8 more counts. 8 conscious breaths. Bring awareness to the natural pause that occurs between every inhalation and exhalation. For the next 8 cycles of breath, chant Aham on your exhalation. Do this for 8 conscious breaths. Allow the tips of your index finger and the thumbs touch each other. Rest your hands upon your thighs. See and feel everything around you. All forms, see it dissolve into light. Feel yourself expand into limitless consciousness. this beautiful state, hold a heartfelt intention for peace. Peace within you and peace in the world around you. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. May you become peaceful within. May your loved ones become peaceful. May the world around you become peaceful. Whenever you feel ready, you may slowly open your eyes.
Oh, okay. Alright, so what's coming up for me right now is it's me overestimating. Check. It's me overestimating love, 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 peace, peace. There we go. Love, love, peace, peace, joy, joy, joy. It's me overestimating what I can do in a day. My expectations, I think, are unrealistic of myself and what I can do in a day. I think my expectations of what I can do in a day are not so realistic. So this is something that I've got to work through, and I've got to change for myself so that there is no situation where I'm avoiding how I feel. Where I feel, there is no situation where I feel less than or like I suck or I'm a loser because I couldn't do something. And I think that's me setting my own bar, maybe trying to set my bar too high, and having this like only I can do it attitude. This is not the way that it's going to work. It's not going to work this way. We need a very different mindset, and I need to change my state. Yes, I need to change my state. Yes, thank you, Tony Robbins, for that reminder. I got to change my state. I think what's coming up for me right now is this idea of peak performance, performing in a peak state. And this is something that I'm working through on my own as well. I'm figuring out what that means for me. I'm figuring out what that means for me as well, you know? Not sure. What does it mean to be in a peak state? What does that even mean? To be in a peak state, to live in a peak state. Be right back. What does it even mean? Oh, that's cold. Oh. Oh. I'm grateful winter. It's only a few weeks left to winter. Living in a peak state. Living in a peak state. Living in a peak state to me means being at a high level of focus, being calm, centered, and grounded. And I haven't been that. Even though I have been frustrated, angry, worried, and concerned, I choose to live in a beautiful state now. Even though I have been angry, frustrated, triggered, concerned, and worried, I choose to live in a beautiful state permanently. Even though I have been angry, sad, frustrated, worried, and concerned, I choose to live in a peak and beautiful state permanently. Even though I have been angry, sad, frustrated, worried, and concerned, I choose to live in a beautiful state permanently. Angry. Worried. Yeah, that's a big one. This worrying energy. I think what this worrying energy does for me is it makes me take action, but in a way that's very rushed. Like I've got now 2 post-it notes of things that I want to do, and one of them, embarrassingly, is from the 1st of January. So this still hasn't gotten done, and now I'm on this page. I like how am I going to do that? And everything is supposed to go into my system. That's the point of having a system. It's supposed to go in there. It's supposed to go into my Notion account. It's supposed to go into Notion. And I know that this worry is not mine. It was imprinted. I inherited this worry from my biological mother. Constantly worrying about me. Constantly worrying about her. Constantly worrying about what she's going to do. Projecting that worry. That worry and that concern onto me. That's not good. We don't want that. I don't want that. I do not want that. Hold on a second. How do I put a limiter on the RODECASTER Pro 2 ? Or should I leave the limiter on OBS? It's worried and concern. This worry and concern. Worry and concern. This worry and this concern. Good enough is good enough. This worry and this concern. All this worry and all this concern. This worry and this concern. Feeling very worried and concerned. Feeling very worried and very concerned. Worry and concern. Worry and concern. Feeling this worry and this concern. Worry and concern. Yolanda Sarah. Constantly worried and constantly concerned. She was so constantly worried and so constantly concerned. And it was very stifling. It was very irritating. All of this worry and all of this concern. And now I exhibit those patterns. Will I get the residence permit? What's going to happen with our son? What's going to happen with our daughter? What's going to happen with my work? Am I going to be able to do this? And then in that state of worry and concern, what happens? In that state of worry and concern, I want to do more fast. I want to get it all done. Like, I wish I can get the shorts going already. You know, I wish I could already get everything going as fast as possible. Just do it. Just do it. Fast. Get it over with. But is that the right energy? No, it's not. It's that state. That's the state that I'm coming from, right? I'm not coming from a state of surrender and acceptance. I'm coming from a state of rush, worry, and concern. I have to do this now because, and that doesn't serve me. That's not going to serve me. It's not going to do me any good. I have this thought in my head of getting this Amaran Verge Max light. But what good is the light going to do if I don't have fucking money for software? You know, like I already got a light. It's enough, you know? It's enough. It's got to be enough. At one point it has to be enough, you know? When is it not enough? You know? It's worry and concern. And why do I want the light? Because do I really believe that that's going to give me an edge? No, it's not going to give you a fucking edge, guy. It's a light. A light is a light. That's it. I can see my face. That's it. My face isn't going to get any prettier with a fucking light, you know? My gap teeth are not going to fucking suddenly, you know, close up because I got a light, you know? Like, you're going to see the fucking pimple marks even more on my face, even more, you know? You're going to see the fucking ball sacks under my eyes probably even more, you know? So I can't do anything about that. That's it. This is my face. You know? That's it. This is my face. I'm getting older, you know? I'm getting older. But I choose to not age. I choose to stay young at heart. I watched day 2 of Tony Robbins yesterday. And there was a woman that was speaking. She was speaking about her dad, and basically what she was saying was that she wants more time with her dad. And that touched my heart. That touched my heart because that makes me think about my daughter. And that makes me think for my daughter, like, oh wow, you know, what would she just want from me? Just to spend time maybe. I don't know, you know, and I want to make sure that we have the best relationship we could possibly have. I want to have the best relationship with my kids, with my son. and my daughter. And that's a real wow. That's a real miracle. That's a real gift to say that I have a son and I have a daughter. You know, it's not easy. And there's part of me that's like, well, shit, how am I gonna do all this? And that's the thing. That's the thing about this. Treat it like a habit. Treat it like an activity, not a finish line. You know, I have the financial support right now, which is great, and I'm very thankful for that. And I just got to keep, going one step at a time, one day at a time, basically here. And that's the only thing that I could possibly do. That is the only thing that I can ever do. It's just take it one step at a time, one day at a time, step by step, Schritt für Schritt. And just be good with that, Just got to be really good with that and be in a very good inner state with that. I had a very unusual dream last night. And the dream that I had last night was I was on a double date of some sort. And I was waiting in line to get into a restaurant. I was on a double date. We were waiting in line to get into a restaurant, and it was like in a city like a New York City or something like this. And it was like one of those like, probably like unmarketed, underground, no hype kind of restaurants where it develops some sort of like a cult-like following. So it developed like this cult-like following, and basically this situation in this dream that I had. Sorry, I forgot my thoughts. In this dream that I had, like it's really on my mind to get this god dang on light. I don't know why my thoughts are on this light. Why this light? Why this big light? This for Amazon Amaran Virgin Max smell like that's fucking marketing right there. Oh, playing on the insecurities. I watched this short from Scott Yuan, and he said, I live in this space, whatever, and this light has been a big eyesore. It's been a big eyesore. This softbox has been a big eyesore. And then he said, I would have gotten rid of it, but I'm not going to be on camera looking like this. It just looks so bad. He said that. And then that made me think like, whoa, do I need to change the light here? Do I need to change something here so that I don't look bad? And that definitely now made me think, oh, that's probably an insecurity. I hear in your voice saying, yep. Right? Am I good enough? There you go. Not good enough. Not good enough. That's why I'm saying more and more now. Good enough is good enough. Enough is good enough. C's get degrees, and I'm really doing my best to take that philosophy. I think this is a pendulum. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, look at the book Reality Transurfing by Vadim something. Reality Transurfing. And this guy is basically saying there's pendulums. There's these ideas that basically take over and influence mainstream consciousness. The mainstream of human consciousness. And in this mainstream of human consciousness, we think, okay, we need social media, we need business, we need we need to do it this way, online, and those pendulums have sometimes a lot of energy, and then they take over in a very powerful way. And so maybe this is just a reflection of me, and it's just saying, am I good enough here? Is this good enough? Am I good enough? Am I good enough? And maybe that produces worry and concern. There you go. Maybe that produces worry and concern. And so in this short that I saw, this creator was basically saying, oh, this lighting, and he was using showing a little desk lamp or something like this. It just looks so bad for these calls. And then I thought to myself, well, damn, like, maybe I need that Emerald Verge Max. So that's where the thought is coming from. And I'm recognizing this and I'm thinking, should I get this Emerald Verge back? Should I get this Emerald Verge Max or whatever, And if we're going to be doing that Life Purpose Podcast Studio, like, how's that going to work with having a double light, How would that work realistically? Unless, well, that's the thing. You can also angle it too. Don't forget about that. You can also angle it and you have a wider thing. I don't know. But that's where I am right now. These are the thoughts in my head. These are very much the thoughts in my head. So where do I go from here with this worry and concern? I remember seeing Yolanda Sarah very worried and concerned. She was constantly worried and concerned. Constantly. Worried and concerned about paying bills. Worried and concerned about me. Worried and concerned about her well-being and her fucking future or whatever, And I think there is an antidote to that, and I think it is taking action. However, taking action from a worried state, I don't think that's going to be good. I worked with a coach in 2024. Her name is Louie Adams, and she basically talked about this concept of the TEA, thoughts, emotions, actions. So if you have a thought, you want to be very mindful of your thoughts, because your thoughts eventually create emotions, which create feelings, right? How I feel inside about something, and then you eventually create an action. The trick is to stop it immediately before it gets out of control. And for me, I think the goal or the focus would be to control my thoughts better, which means, as Tony Robbins would say, your story. What's your story? What's the story you're telling yourself to change your identity? And then from there, before that, change your state, right? So my life has been built on how I have viewed myself. I made a live stream a couple of months ago where I talked about how to be someone else, and I basically touched on the same thing. You got to change your beliefs. Your identity is shaped by a core cluster of beliefs. What do you believe about yourself? And as I've been going through this journey of trading and working on my psychology and etc., I've been thinking to myself, okay, this is who I've been up until now. This is my identity, and my identity had to change. I had to change my story, right? So I had to clear out a lot of beliefs, and I think that's the first step, right? Tony is saying change your state, and also, I agree with that too. Dr. Van Tharp, the trading psychologist who's now a psychologist who worked with traders, has now passed away, who's since passed away, talked about that same concept too, in peak performance, right? So to achieve a peak state for trading, to be in a very peak state and to be okay no matter what happens, it is essential to anchor in a state, whether it's like a posture or something that enables you, that allows you to accomplish a thing. So my life until now has been based on anger, worry, concern, etc. I have been working on being more peaceful. I have been working on being more relaxed, having more certainty. I have been working on those things. And now my state has to change. So my identity has to change. My idea of who I think I am, who I believe myself to be, has to now change. And how does it change? it changes with my state. It changes with my posture, my physiology, right? So Tony Robbins says that a lot. You want to change your physiology, change your story, right? So your state is your physiology, or however he says it. Change your state, change your story, and then you have a different strategy. Your strategy is your action. It's basically what you're going to do, or what you do, it basically. So that's very, very important. State management, state control, state regulation, regulating your state. And then, you know, in your body, like he made this reference in day 2 of the Tony Robbins Summit, Time to Rise Summit. He talked about this experiment basically where if you take an action like this long enough, and you use that as a stimulus, eventually that becomes an automatic thing. It becomes a habit because you've done it so much, you've ingrained it so much into you. So the key, and if you have to think about it, it is already too late because it's not ingrained in you. So the key is to train this long enough to use like incantations where you're really like, you know, saying it's an affirmation plus a body movement to anchor in something. I hear my inner voice keep going back to that fucking light, and it's saying, just get the fucking light, man. I'm going to get the light. Get the fucking light. Get the bigger light. What good would that do if I get deported from here? Yeah, but it's USB-C. It's a USB-C light. And you can control it from the Stream Deck, and you can control it manually. This one you can't. Motherfucker. So I'll do that later. I'll make sure to return this for a couple days. I'm still going to record I'm still going to make shorts now. I'm going to get ready to make shorts now. I don't give a fuck. We're going to just do this already, please, for the love of Christ. And we're going to clamp it over there somewhere so that the angle, the shadow, the dramatic shadow effect is coming from this side, you know? So my face shadows this side versus this side. That doesn't fucking matter. That doesn't fucking matter. And you see, and that's the worry and the concern. That's the insecurity. Maybe I have a lot of insecurities. Maybe I feel insecure. And maybe that's the next gap to close. Maybe that's the cross point for me. It's feeling insecure. It's feeling uncertain. It's feeling doubtful. That doesn't do any good. That doesn't serve me. That doesn't serve my purpose. And I remember these moments where Yolanda Sarah would be very worried and concerned. And I remember being homeless, worried and concerned at times. Where are we going to live? What are we going to eat, etc. We did not have financial resources at a time. We had she eventually went on public assistance, welfare, and that was just not good. It was just not a good time. It really was just not a good time. However, what this all showed me, what this all reflected back to me was, okay, you know what? Take a pause, take a breath. You have help, you have support, you have people in your life that love you and that care for you. At least this is what I'm telling myself, you know, and it's a hard thing for me to have actually just said that right now. I can feel a reaction in my body. I can feel a reaction in my body. Yeah, how does that feel to know that there are people that love you and that care for you, Gabriel? Do you really feel that? No, exactly. You do really believe that? No. Like, it's hard for me to believe that people care about me. Yes, motherfucker. Yes, people care about you. I even care about myself too. I care about my parts. I do. I really do. The only reason why I get frustrated and I call myself a punk ass and I say, let's go, motherfucker, is because, hey, man, like, I want to get to the next level. Hey, God, you know, if this is really between me and you, God, I want to go to the next level. I want to know what that next level is about. I want to know what that life is like to get to that next level. What is that like? How do we get to that next level in life? That's what I want to figure out. That's exactly what I want to figure out. How do we get to that next level? What is that next level for us? What is the next level for me? And, you know, the long game for me is investing in people's dharma. I think I want to do that. I think That's the direction I want to go in, is to be an investor. Yeah, it's been with me for a while, you know, since I was 17. Thinking about the stock market and trading the stock market. And then I thought to myself, man, like, you know, even the times when I was a personal trainer and I had my own, I was self-employed, right? Had my register. You still have to register a fucking. It's still a business of some sort, even if you're a solopreneur, you know. But I'm thinking of like, at those times, like I can't do this forever. I can't be a personal trainer forever, you know. And then with the tarot reading, yeah, I mean, I had like instant like feedback and success with that, but that wasn't me. That was not who I was. That's not how I wanted to represent myself, and that's not how I wanted to show up in the world. And so I was dealing with a lot of worry and concern. A lot of worry and concern. I can't remember necessarily the first time, except for being homeless, you know, being worried and concerned and being like, whoa, you know. There would be other times in my life, in my adult years, being worried and concerned with, you know, like when is it going to be my time? Like, when am I going to have success? When am I going to have success? And that's been with me for a bit. But now my worries and concerns are, again, violence. You know, I'm worried and concerned about the violence in the world. And I'm just going to be really honest with myself about this. I'm very worried and concerned about all this violence in the world. All this hurt and all this harm. And I'm asking you, God, I'm asking you, Spirit Team, I'm asking you, angels, if there's anything that I can do to end that violence. And please tell me. I choose peace. I consciously choose peace. I get angry at the fucking stupidity of things. I get angry and frustrated, yes. But I want peace. In my world, in my life, in my reality, in my perception, I'm choosing peace, and I'm making that call for peace. I am making that sincere, very sincere call for peace. I choose peace, you know? I choose peace. I choose peace. I choose peace. I choose peace. And joy and laughter and love and I choose it for sure. For sure, I choose peace. If I turn this up to 50%, does that really make a difference? Does that really make a freaking difference? If I turn this up to 75%, does that really make that much of a difference? You know? Does it really? And does it even matter? Does it even matter? Versus saying here, 20%. I don't know. I don't know if any of that matters anymore. Am I insecure? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. What am I insecure about? I'm insecure that it's not good enough. There you go. I said it. I am insecure that it's not good enough. I'm insecure that it's not good enough. I'm insecure because I think, what if it's not good enough? Because I'm not enough. Maybe it's not enough. Maybe my best is not good enough. Maybe my best is not good enough. Maybe this camera isn't good enough. Maybe, you know, maybe people are like, oh, that's a 4K webcam. It's cheap. Let's turn off. Let's stop watching because he's using a webcam. Yeah, I like it actually. It's very simple. I don't want to do fucking DSLR and fucking mirrorless cameras with the lenses and all that bullshit. That's fucking nauseating for me. That feels like, god damn, that's too much, man. It's like way too much. And for me already, this was already like intense, basically. Because I was so used to, when I did YouTube, I did it very simply. I just did the minimum viable product, like MVP basically, and minimum viable product. And I had, what would I have? a smartphone with a cracked screen, and I grew that to 15,000 subscribers, and I was already getting tarot readings and coaching client, so I could already do that. And I was already doing that with the smartphone, and a laptop. Why do I need all of this? That's not the secret sauce, and in my head, I'm thinking, oh, but that was like 2017, 2018. The landscape has changed, Gabriel. It's your personal brand. How do you come off to the world? What's your personal brand? What's your personal brand? And then that creates that insecurity, that creates that worry and concern. And tying this all back into peak performance, when it comes to these things, the tasks that I've set for myself, I'm basically trying to fit into a day in 2-3 hours, 4 hours, what should take 2 weeks. How much more do you want to do? And it's it can be endless. It can be endless, man. And that's the thing that's scary. And that's also another thing too, is after a while, when you start achieving certain things, it gets a little bit addictive. But my mindset shift is, I'm not here to achieve anything, because success is already inherent. It's already there. I'm already successful. I just have to clear the blockers that are making the success invisible, right? So if I think, okay, we live in a world of infinite abundance. We live in a world where anything is possible. I've seen some miracles. I've experienced some miracles in my life where it's just, hey man, there's got to be there has to be a God. There has to be a God, a Mother Mary, a Jesus, ascended masters, an angelic host, and an angels. There's got to be that. There has to be that. And they're looking out for me in the most loving and benevolent way possible. And I don't see them. I see you, Mother Mary, right? I see the Jesus statue outside. I see the angel wiring thing. It's all there, but I don't see it. It's invisible. What if that's the same for success? And what if what's blocking success, my success or the success in general, is this cloud of fuck, this cloud of worry, this cloud of concern, this cloud of anger. I'm consciously choosing to go to that next level. Even though I've been worried and concerned, I choose to go to the next level now. Even though I have been worried and concerned, I choose to go to the next level now. Even though I have been worried and concerned, I choose to go to the next level now. Even though I have been worried and concerned, I choose to go to the next level now. Yeah, I see. That doesn't make a difference. For me, at least. Fair enough, right? Even though I've been feeling worried and concerned, I choose to go to the next level now. This worry and concern, I let it go from my nervous system now. Violet flame, violet flame, violet flame. Dissolve, consume, annihilate, obliterate, transmute, and dissolve all worry and concern from my nervous system now. Produce peace and certainty in, through, and around me. And in the name of God and my mighty I am presence that I am, my great divine spirit team, subconscious mind, and the great white brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support me unconditionally, in your names I command, declare, and decree that I am certain, and I am relieved, and I am at peace. I am at peace. Even though I was worried and concerned, I'm changing my state. Even though I felt worried and concerned, I changed my state now. Even though I felt worried and concerned, I changed my state now. I make my move. I change my state now. Even though I was worried and concerned, I change my state now. I choose to live my life from a very beautiful state, letting go of all suffering, letting go of the worry and concern about the violence in the world, guns and hate and racism. I let that go, that concern go from my nervous system now. Even though I was worried and concerned about all the violence in the world, I choose to be a lighthouse of peace. Even though I was worried and concerned about all the violence in the world, the hate and the racism, I choose to be a lighthouse of peace. Even though I was worried and concerned about all the violence in the world, the racism and the hate, I choose to be a lighthouse of peace now. Let's get this prompter up. Where is that thing? Huh? Mm-hmm. Okay. Master Ganesha, remover of obstacles. Please remove all obstacles. Please remove all thoughts, worries, and concerns about violence from my nervous system, from my subconscious mind, so that there may be peace in, through, and around me. I choose to feel peace. Please remove all obstacles preventing peace. Please remove all violence. Please remove all destruction so that there may be peace. Please help me broadcast a message of love and healing and peace out into the world. And how do I do this now effectively? Please show me the way. Thank you. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. 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 Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha, 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 Om Gam Ganapataye Namaho Namaha, Om Gam Ganapataye 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 Namaha. God, Mother Earth, Universe, Ascended Masters, Ascended Hosts, Angelic Hosts, Seven Mighty Elohim, Gods of the Mountains, Great Divine Directors, Spiritual Avatars, you name. I invoke the Gayatri Mantra to illumine and awaken human consciousness, my consciousness especially, to be calibrated and wired towards peace. Peace, and love, and kindness, and joy, and richness, and success, and inner fulfillment. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasyadimihi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bargo Devasya Admihi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bum Bhuva Swaha. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Ombumbu vasvahata tavatu varanyam bago deva syadim hidi yo yo na prachodayat. Okay. Right, what we got for today's flow, man? Where's today's flow? What's up with today's flow? Where is today's flow? Hmm? Right? good enough is good enough. Good enough is always good enough. And at least for right now, then this is where I can see where my time is. Yeah, but do you really need the fucking light? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. I just really don't think that that's the bottleneck here. I don't think that's the issue here, Gabriel. That's very much a want at this stage. And even still, yesterday I saw if I just turn on all these lights, that's already plenty. The best thing to do is to keep it very simple for right now. Just make sure you don't turn off the Elgato key light before you shut down the computer. That's the best thing that I could suggest. Because there's a lot of other expenses right now. You got to pay that $200, €200 highway fine and all this stuff. So let's get this workout in now. It's time to work out. start to work out. Let's go. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, damn it. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. Show me yes. Show me true. Show me false. My name is Gabriel. My name is Mama. My name is Gabriel. It's in the greatest and highest good to return the Elgato key light. It's in the greatest and highest good to get the Emperor Virgin Max. Good. It's in the greatest and highest good to get the Emperor Virgin Max. Okay. It's in the greatest and highest good to keep the Elgato key light. Done. Oh boy, man. Fuck. Boy. Got 20 minutes into this. Let's go. Come on. Yes, I can do it. Yes, I can do it. Only love is true. One foot in front of the other. One foot in front of the other. Let's go. We work together. We work together. We work together. Hands, head, heart, feet. We work together. Come on. We work together. It's morphin' time, motherfucker. It's morphing time. Let's go. 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 Move it. Move your ass. Move your ass, Gabriel, Sarah. Let's go. 10. Come on. Let's go. You can do it, Gabriel. The gear isn't the bottleneck right now. The gear is not the bottleneck. What's the next bottleneck? The content workflow. The speed of creating content. That's the bottleneck, motherfucker. That's the only bottleneck. That's it. And that bottleneck is you. That's it. It's not the outer world now. It's you. You're the only bottleneck here. You can fix that. You can fix that. You can't control if the internet goes out. You can't control if something fucking fucks up. But you can control this. You can control this. You can control this. Control it. Let's go. Let's go. Finish the workout. Let's go. Move it. Let's go. I am. Come on. Let's go. I believe in myself. I can do it. Yes, I can. I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I own you. I own you. I own you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, gorilla. Let's go. Let's go, gorilla. Let's go. Let's go. Send the master. Let's go. Let's go, send the master. Let's go. You want to be on Send the Master? Breathe. Beautiful state. Beautiful state. Yes, I can. 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 Come on. Let's go. Finish it. 80 reps left. Let's go. Come on. That's easy. Easy day. Easy day. Let's go. Come on, that's easy. That's easy. This is so easy. It's so simple. 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 Come on. It's too simple right now. It's too simple right now. It's so simple. It's nothing to do. Easy. It's easy. Come on. Let's make it easy. Let's make this easy on ourselves, Gabe. Let's make this real fucking easy. Make it real easy. Make it real easy. Make it real easy. Come on, sir. Come on, sir. Let's make this easy. Let's make this really, really, really easy. Let's make this real easy. Come on. Real easy. Let's go. Real easy. Real easy. Real easy. Let's go. You got it. There you go. Pick it up. Go up, go down. That's it. Easy. Phew. All work is easy. All work is easy. All work is easy. All this work is easy. It's simple. It's simple. It's simple. You just do it. You just do it. I am the type of person that just does this work. I am the type of person that just does this work. I just do this work. I just do this work. That's it. It's just so easy. It's so easy. Come on. Let's go. Yes, I can. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Make it move. Let's go. It's easy. It's easy. 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 Come on. 50 reps left. Come on. This is too easy right now. Too easy right now. Too easy. Easy work. Easy work. Too easy. Too easy. It's so easy. So easy. It's so easy. 300 reps. So easy. It's so easy. So easy. Let's go. We gotta get ready for deep work now. Gotta get ready for that deep work. Gotta get ready for that deep work. Let's go. I own you. I own you, motherfucker. I own you. Let's go. All work is easy. 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 All of this is simple. It's so 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 simple. Let's go. Let's take that break. Let's come back fresh. How would you do that? Right? How would you do that in real time? Let's go. Let's go. Get into state. Get into state. Get into state. In state. That's it. That's it, man. Let's go. Let's go. Every day in every way, I'm getting stronger and stronger. Every day in every way, I'm getting better and better. Every day in every way, life is getting better and better. Every day in every way, life gets better and better. Every day in every way, life gets better and better. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes. 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 It's so simple. It's so simple when you do this work. It's so simple to do this work. It's so simple. Look at that. Look at that. So simple. It's so simple. Easy. It's easy. All of this is simple. Simple work. Simple work. Simple. Simple work. It's simple. It's real simple. It's real simple. You're going to put one foot in front of the other. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, God bless you, Tony Robbins. Give it up for Tony Robbins. Give it up for Tony Robbins. Everybody, give it up for Gabriel Sir. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I own you. I own you. I own you. I own you. Let's go. That's right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, I can. 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 Yeah. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Make your move. Make your move. Let's go. Make your move. Let's go. Bring your move. Yeah. Squirrel dance. Let's go. Let's go. Make your move. Make your move. What's your make your move, motherfucker? Let's go. Make your move. Let's go. Here. Make your move. Let's go. Yes. Yes, I can. What certainty? What certainty? Let's go. Let's go. I'm stronger. I'm infinite times greater, stronger, and more powerful than the outer world. I am infinite times greater, stronger, and more powerful than the outer world. I am infinite times greater, stronger, and more powerful than the outer world. I am infinite times greater, stronger, and more powerful than the outer world. And I will not be denied. I will not be denied. Winter is my season. Winter is my season. Winter is my season. Winter is my season. After the winter comes the spring. After the winter, it's always spring. Winter is my season. Winter is my season. Winter is my season. I'm not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. I am not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. Make it move. There we go. Let's go. I'm not the limited mind. I'm not the limited mind. I am the limitless consciousness. Make it move. I am the limitless consciousness. I am the limitless consciousness. Everything passes. This too shall pass. Nothing is forever. That's one thing that I'm certain of. Nothing is forever. It may last a day. It may last a week. It may last a month. It may last a year. It may last even a fucking decade. But eventually, it will subside. And something else will take its place. And one thing I know, one thing I'm certain of, is that this too shall pass. This too shall pass. This too shall pass. Make it move. Yes. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Make it move. Let's go. All work is easy. 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 Let's go. Deep work is easy. Before I was feeling stressed. Now I'm getting back in the groove. 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 I'm in the groove. I'm already in the groove. I'm already doing it. I'm already doing it. That's it. Do you not see it? Do you not see it? I'm already doing it. I'm already doing it, guy. We're already doing it. We're already doing it. We're already doing it. It's so easy. 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 Let's go. One more round. Fantastic. Let's focus on what we gotta do here. Right, you see that? That's the thing with the light. That's the thing about the lights. Whatever. All right, so yesterday I printed out a very important working procedure. Get unfucked fast. And this basically is to keep me, should something happen in life, like, should something happen in life again, should something in life happen again where my daughter gets taken away, or some, God forbid, or something happens and I'm devastated and I'm traumatized, I got to make sure that I get back to this work. This is the most important thing here. This is the most important thing here. So let's go to the working procedure. Today, the deep work. Working procedure, deep work, working procedure, deep work. Okay, let's go to Notion. Let's get ourselves set up here. Come on. Let's get into Notion. Let's get this thing going here. We always know life map is first. Life map, life map. Follow the instructions. Don't think you know. Just follow the instructions. This is the bridge you got to build to get back on track here, Gabriel. Right, there was that note here. Pull up yesterday's time tracker. And this is already done. So that's no longer an issue or something to concern myself with right now. We got that done yesterday. Today, daily stand up. You know what to do. All right, yesterday what I did was I created and printed out a start here, use me to get unfucked fast manual into a real V1 restart document, clarified the core purpose, tightened the language into readable text points, added the missing glossary, stress tested the page for amnesia proof, usability, You now have a single anchor page that can reorient you fast, reduce friction after disruptions, and route you back into shipping bricks instead of getting lost in Notion. That's correct. What I will do today, I already have it written down in the time tracker. Fuck, I'm behind on some things, man. All right, let's look at yesterday. Open a blank Notion page, start. Get me on fucked list contains an overview on all pages. To open up with a Notion, we'll start at a 60-minute restart checklist, links to exact pages. Yes. All right, okay, I already did that. Right. That is important because then it's supposed to evaluate what I gotta do. So let's go here. Yeah, this is all messed up right now. But we gotta just focus on what we gotta do here. Gotta focus. Right now the system is out of whack from because I'm out of whack. Open a blank Notion page, list all the steps for creating a system from scratch. Put the current working procedure for this, print out that working procedure. Right. And then it's gonna be it. Because I need to make sure that I know and evaluate, hey, do I need a system or not? You know? Obviously the answer is obvious, but I need to think about this from an automation standpoint. Gotta think about this from an automation standpoint. Oh, still have that on. All right, let's what's the next thing? What's the next thing, Gabriel? Follow your thing. Follow your thing. Please just follow your thing. Track your time. I did that. Yes, drink a shake. Get your hape. Let's go. Let's get ready for deep work. Time is going to start. Let's get deeper going. Put on the focus music. All right, let's go. Okay. Time starts now. All right, let's pull up the journal. Let's expand that out. Yes. All right, cool. So let's think about this here. Today the all right, so these are the same thing basically. All right. So if I go back to that time tracker for today, my focus is on what? Let's go here. 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock. All right. This is what I'm working on. Open a blank Notion page. List all the steps for creating a system from scratch. Pull up the current working procedure for this. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, this is pretty much it. This is going to be deprecated because that's old. This is from July 2020, July 11, 2025. So that's old as well. All right. So let's go here. Same thing. Deprecated. I am in Notion, yes. And I'm screen sharing. Yes, Gabriel. System creation. That was December 9th. Mm-hmm. Okay, great. All right, this is version 2 December 9th, version 2 December 9th. Okay, so that's we don't need that. This is now going to be deprecated as well. Because how we're going to do this instead is let's pull up the template here. Okay, this is going to be B. This is going to be D. All right, so if I need to print anything out, it's going to go at the bottom, basically. So, now the question is, can I add a code in here? Plain text, okay. Shit, can't do that. Boy. Right, and this way I could just literally copy the link here. Can I copy the link here? Nope. But if, let's say I had, let's say I had one, do this thing and run that prompt. That would be it. Right. All right then, so that's how it's gonna have to go. This would have been, that would have been more ideal, but whatever. Okay. Done. Okay, that's good. Done. Next. It's not important right now. Let's go to Deep Work Desktop. All right, good. We got nothing in there. We're fresh today. Let's export all of these. The thing that we need to eliminate today is to make sure that we have an outline, like a real, true, definitive outline for systems. Okay, there's that. Yep. And this is the most recent one. That's version 3. All right. Let's go open up ChatGPT. Don't need that. Don't need that. All right, we have a very critical deep work session today. Every deep work session is critical, but today is very, very critical because in order for me to get back to the deep work, I realized that the way that we created the system in the first place was basically built on rush. And so now I'm at this stage where if I'm doing all this documentation, I need to make sure that we have a a very solidified and documented process for creating systems, because the next stage after this is going to be to audit the current systems that I have and to basically refactor the deep work operating system according to the outline of how to create a system to begin with, basically. Period. So I need you to basically look over these PDFs and take the steps of creating a system and help me re-outline it and rework it so that it matches everything, period. So this is going to be our deep work session for today. Do you understand? Question mark. Don't do anything yet. Don't print out anything just yet. Just tell me if you understand. Mm-hmm. Okay, now audit these PDFs. Audit these PDFs and tell me, please, if we have a overlap here, period. I think the very first version that we had was from last year. So just audit the date that it was created and then look at if there has been so many significant changes from the first version to the most previous version, and what are the overlapping steps in a number list format. Everything has to be in a numberless format so that way it's as simple as possible. Because in the future, the way that I need it to be set up is that an agent, this process of creating systems gets handed off to an agent. Someone that can, like imagine there's me just looking at it and looking at all the parts to it. And in order to take a system apart, like this is one big system, but you have to take apart individual pieces of a system in order to get it to all function back together. At least that's how I understand it, how I've come to understand it. And Sam Carpenter said this in his book very well in Work the System. He said that his life, his business was basically a mess. And then one day he had an epiphany. One night he had an epiphany because he was working like 80 hours a week, and he realized, oh shit, everything in my life is based on a system that I've been running on. So let me just get very clear about these systems. So he started just creating systems, creating the documentation, like what's the goal of the system, etc., and then going from there. And that's exactly what I got to do. Okay. Right. Okay. So let's make sure that we have this really understood here, what we're doing, because we have to create a system, right? We have to create a working procedure. Right, that's our goal, is to create a procedure Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. And these are things I need to have ready. Okay. We have to create a new template. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to duplicate this guy, because this is the most recent version as far as I remember. What did we have yesterday? Yeah, system. Right, that was version 3, September 17th. Right. Okay. And because we have a new thing set up here, this is going to be version 4. Okay. Right. These are the linked prompts for this. All right. Let's ask ourselves that question. Okay, before we go any further, let's ask ourselves the question here. Do we need two separate working procedures, one specifically for how to create a system, and then another one for how to refactor a system? Or do we put this all under the same umbrella of how to create or refactor a system? Question mark. Based on the previous PDFs that I just uploaded to you for today's session, along with what you know already, what is the most optimal way to do this? Question mark. What would other people in this space do when it comes to creating and refactoring a system? Question mark. How does Apple refactor iOS, for example? All right, because that's the thing. For refactoring a system, you're basically iterating on it. iOS 17, iOS 18, iOS 26, iOS da-da-da. That's a big one. Okay. Okay, now let's copy these inputs from before, and then let's work through this. All right, where's version 3? Wrong one. Close that out. Close it. Yes. That's what we're looking at. This is version 2. This is version 3. This is version 4. Okay. We got LifeOS GPT. Okay. All right. Now we're going to take these two versions, version 3 and then version 4, and we're going to say, hey, apply the text in version 4. Apply the text in version 3 to version 4, basically. Fill out version 4 with the information from version 3. And then I go in and then I just look at the steps. fill out version 4 from version 3. All right, let's go there. Okay. That's version 4. That's version 3. Okay, cool. Okay. All right, next. Now I want you to fill in the template, the updated template for version 4 using the information from version 3. Word for word, just apply it into the appropriate sections, basically. Period. All right, while it's doing that, here's how I see it, right? So the come on, man. All right. So the way I see it is like this. We have here this gear represents a system, okay? This is a system. This system happens to be my life. Okay, so let's write this down. This is my life. Okay, this happens to be my life. My life is a system. And in the system of my life, what keeps it running are all these other systems. Okay, they all run together. But to be more accurate with that, they kind of run like this because they're all connected. At least that's how I've come to understand it. So if we have all these little systems that are supposed to turn this thing the right way, right, to get this whole machine going that is my life, or that's anyone's life, that's basically anyone's life. In order to get this system working properly, we have to take apart all these systems, right? So I'm going to call this system 1, system 2, system 3, system 4, system 5, system 6, system 7, system 8, so on and so forth. So we can have many systems, right? The number is just infinite, right? So it's just an infinite loop of systems. The idea, though, is to take apart, right? Take apart a system and rebuild it, or actually refactor it. You're never actually really creating systems, honestly. At least that's how I see it. You're never really creating systems. We're just becoming aware of it, right? So let me actually write that down. I'm not really creating any systems. I'm just becoming aware. All right. That's how I understand it from Sam Carpenter's work. The system is there is no such thing as creating a system. You already have it. The idea is to understand all the pieces, all the components, right? So each system is a subsystem, as Sam Carpenter puts it, of the primary system. What's the primary system? The primary system in my case, or in anyone's case, I think, is the entity itself, right? Life, business, etc. So you can see that, let's say, if you are just looking at yourself, you are the primary system. But within the system that is your life, you, the primary system. You've got your skeletal system, your muscular skeletal system. You've got a system for how you work out. You've got a system for how you talk to people. You have a system for how you work. There's all these systems. You just don't see it. Same thing for a business. Let's say Apple. Apple is a primary system. But in that system called Apple, you've got the system for selling products, marketing products, even creating products, right? So they all have a system and they all have documentation on how they implement their systems and when everything fires off. And that's how they're able to grow. That's how, Steve Jobs was able to pass away and someone else was able to take over. And whenever Tim Cook, I think that's his name, Tim Cook, whenever Tim Cook passes on, then someone else is going to take over Apple, and then someone else is going to, and then the cycle is going to continue. Why? Because the person is not the business, and that's the thing that I'm working on actively getting out of. I am not the business. So if I die tomorrow, whenever I die, it has to keep going. The machine must keep going. Now, how do you keep the machine going? You cannot be the product. You cannot be the solution. Otherwise, once you go, that's it. Every business, I think, ultimately dies. But there are some businesses that can last for thousands of years, like Japanese companies, Shiniseis. That country, Japan, from what I understand, is the only country in the world that has the longest running businesses over 100 years. Some businesses even running for 1,000 years. How do they do it? Very simple mechanics that they follow. They're not trying to be aggressively fast or aggressively big. They're taking it one step at a time. And that's the psychology that I'm working on anchoring in. At some point, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to make that transition, that bridge. To make that bridge successful, got to build systems. The system is the key, at least at this stage, what I've learned. Obviously, yes, you need cash flow, you need liquid, etc. But what good is that going to do if you are the one doing all the operating? You need the right people, you need the right systems, you need the right resources to make that gear turn on its own. And that's where I am. That's where my head is at this stage. So I'm in the process of building these things that I'm building. My goal is to build a business to sell it. That's my idea. So in the system that is my life, my objective right now is to look at my life, right? So if I were to scroll down, actually, no, I don't need to scroll down. That's a wasted energy. So my life is a system, okay? It's a primary system. At this stage, what I'm working on is the deep work. It's how I work, right? I used Sam Carpenter's, Cal Newport's term, deep work, right? For me, that's a core system, but overall, it's a sub system. So right now, what I'm doing is I'm taking apart this system. I'm taking this system apart right now, and I'm looking at it. Okay, but in the process of me taking apart that system, I have all these other systems too, right? So in order for me to have a uniform way of doing this, in order for me to have a uniform way of working every system and making sure every system is identically taken care of and refactored, my objective is to be able to have a template, a simple template to refactor every system. And now, having said that, let me actually give that to ChatGPT here and explain this to ChatGPT. Okay. Let's see here, screenshots. Okay, yep. Let's just copy these sections here right now so that we got some alignment here. Fucking ChatGPT. All right, let's split. All right, first things first is I have to copy this into here. Okay, required inputs. Please, let's put this in here. Required outcome. Okay, working procedure steps. Okay, that's before we go on to there. Right, we got the prompts. Right, so I don't even know if we should even have that section. But let's say that we're here. Okay. Let's delete that version. Let's export this one. And I think this is the key here is looking at it from this angle, looking at it from this space. My life is a collection of systems. My life up until now is based on a set of, yes, stories, right? But also systems. What are my habits? What's my strategy? What am I doing? And I'm grateful that I went to the Tony Robbins. I did the Tony Robbins Time to Rise Summit because he said something that it's like, oh yeah, let's bring it back here. And I'll explain that in a minute. Okay, version 4. Let's delete the zip. All right. Let's go into ChatGPT. Okay, do me a favor and fill in the sections that are missing content. Period. Just a few messages ago, you said this. Apply that to actually, you know what? Let's see what we got here. Yeah, let's see what we got here and how ChatGPT responds to this. Because obviously, like, a lot of the work that I've done has been in ChatGPT to help me think, and definitely to write a lot of these things, because it's a lot of work to already think about this stuff. It's even more work to type it out and all that shit. So my goal is to simplify this process as much as possible. And what I need to do right now is let's pull up work, the system book. Nice. Do I have the notes here? Okay, I got those notes. Right. Right. Fuck. Well, fuck. Let's see if we can copy this. Which I highly doubt. Yep, because that's fucking Notion. Like a dick. Notion, please stop being a dick. Right. Either way, we got this here for right now. Okay, those are the highlighted notes that I took from the book. All right, because we're going to ask a very specific question here. So let's just copy this once again. Let's make sure we got the who. Yep. What? Where? Good. Why? Mm. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay, let's get to the how. There we go. Okay, before starting, must already have. Ay, ay, ay. No, 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 no. Yes. Good. Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, come on. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes. This is the PDF. Mm-hmm. Where is this guy? That's living in prompts. Okay. That's a PDF. That's a CSV. Mm-hmm. Mm. All right. So, hmm. Huh. All right, let's ask that question now. Ah. Okay. First question here is for this PDF. Do I want the linked prompts at the property level or in the subpage? Question mark. Because if you audit very carefully the PDF, comma, you'll see in the properties, we have linked prompts of the prompts that are used for this. But then in the subpage, you'll also see a section that says prompts used, comma. And then as well, in the section that lists the actual how, the working procedure steps, comma, you also notice that prompts will be used in the actual procedure steps, period. So I think what we need to do is think long game here and ask ourselves, yes, as of right now, I am the one that is proposing these changes to a system, etc. However, the long game is to have the agent do this, or have a human do this, basically, where we can create these systems. And we need to really simplify the shit out of this. So what is the best thing to do here? Question mark. Do we have prompts used as a relation at the working procedure level? Property level, comma. Do we have prompts in line with the working procedure steps in that section that says how working procedure steps? Or do we have a section that has the linked view of the prompts? Question mark. Or do we have all three, or do we have just one? How should this work ideally so that there is no unnecessary redundancy, and what's the optimal solution just in case like a property gets deleted, or something happens to the database, like how do we navigate this? Question mark. Okay, I gotta take a break. Okay. It's only got a few minutes. Shit, time goes fast. All right. Let's go back to ChatGPT here. What are we saying here? Oh, in order for me to do that. Okay. I know. I know what I have to do. I know what I have to do. Okay. Prompts. Come on, son. Prompt type, linked working procedure. That's what we need. A linked working procedure. Okay. Yes. Here. All right. And this is the only name that I want. Yes. Mm-hmm. We want to go by what? The procedure. Yes. 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 There we go. That's how we do it. Okay. Done. That's what I wanted. But then you see, well, no, then it becomes irrelevant because it's here. And if you create a linked view, you're just having to get double places. Yeah. Right. So you wouldn't need that anymore. So that's now deprecated. And if you're putting it in line here, all you got to do is just copy that back up there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because then otherwise you would copy it down here. Well, why would you copy it down here then if you just have it up here? And also you have to connect prompts to procedures. So that's why that wouldn't work. So that's why you need to delete that. ABC easy as 1, 2, 3, bro. Let's move on. Okay. Exactly. Input, output, da da da. Okay. Now let's do that again. Oh, and now it exports it cleaner now. There we go. So now we should see a bit differently now. Okay. All right. Right. Okay, so what I did was I deleted that section called section D, which is where the prompts were being used, because if that's just a linked view of the database, if I have a two-way relation from working procedures database to prompts database, which is ultimately a two-way relation, so they're going to cross-reference each other, by having a linked view database, I realized that you have it's just redundancy. You're just putting it in the subpage, which is just going to add bloat to the page whenever I export it and want to print it out, basically. So I remove that, period. Removed that, period. So now what I'm asking for you is to evaluate and grade out of 100% the effectiveness of this working procedure template, period, because this should be the standard, period. So we're just right now looking at the table of contents section, the yellow highlight, and we're looking at the overall depth of information that would be required for a working procedure, period. Do we have everything we need for this working procedure? All of the sections, the key sections that are required for a working procedure, question mark. When I think about a working procedure, I think about those 5 W's: who, what, where, when, why, and how. Who, what, where, when, why, and how. Also, another question here is when it comes to the ordering of who, what, where, why, when, and how, what's the traditional way of saying it? Question mark. What's the ordering? Question mark. Who, what, when. Who, what, when, where, why, how. Who, what, where, when, why, how. Who, what, where, when, why, how. All right, let's look at this. Who, what, where, when, why, how. Who, what, where, when, why, how. Who, what, who, what, when, where, why, how. Who, what, when, where, why, how. Okay, good. Done. All right. And then we said that we're going to delete this section because that's redundant. Okay. What, when, where, why, how. That's 5. Okay. I think that's simple enough, right? That's simple enough. So now let's take that version. Who, what, when, who, what, when, nope. Who, what, when, where, why. Okay, good. I think we're good here. Okay. All right. Who, what, where? You got it, Gabe. Please stop fucking around here. What, when, where, why, how. All right, cool. That's how I think it goes anyway, you know? That's just where my thinking is. Who does it? What's it for? When? Where do you do it? Why does it matter to do it? Fuck. Good enough. Good enough. It's done. Yes. Done. Okay, cool. Okay, so now I need you to audit and grade. I'm telling you just the sections, not the content in the sections, but just the ordering of it for a default template working procedure, period. Do we have all the core essentials of what makes a working procedure a working procedure? Question mark. Yeah, and you got to keep working it over time. That's the thing that I wish I can get it done in just like one thing. who, what, when, where, why, where, when, where, why, who, what, when, who, what, when, where, why, how. Okay. Okay, that's doable. Okay. Fucker. Come on. Come on. It's not the work. It's not the work. Come on. Outcomes, validation, troubleshooting failure modes, resume, return point, handoff. All right. that's the case, I just need to copy that up into here. Copy, go, copy, go, copy, go, copy, go, copy, go, copy, go, copy, go. Please copy and go. Okay, please do me a favor and audit this now. Period. There are clearly sections that are incomplete from this working procedure. So I need you to fill in those sections that you just told me to fill in. Forces every system to complete across all 7 levels. Okay. Okay. $940. Okay, now I need you to audit and grade this working procedure out of 100% in terms of its completeness and accuracy according to our entire system, period. And our chain of events and our chain of flow, basically. And eventually, like, I have to go through an actual thing for this. I have to do an actual test run. Okay, so at least we got an 82 out of 100. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay. All right, that's irrelevant now. Let's focus here. Okay. Let's give it this. Okay. Right. All right. Okay, so I have this just created this image, basically sketching out a concept. And what I'm trying to bring to the point here is that I had this insight, especially after this weekend with doing the Tony Robbins Time to Rise Summit. And he said there's basically three key things. That's what stuck with me the whole thing was you have to change your state to then change your story to then change your strategy, period. And so as I was explaining my thoughts and my thinking around a system, as I understand it, especially from Sam Carpenter's work, the system methodology, as I understand it, it's that we have a system that could be a primary system depending on the complexity of it. So if I'm just looking at myself, I could be a primary system, but in the grand scheme of life, I could be a subsystem, or maybe a core system, or just a simple little subsystem. Comma. Either way, if I just look at my own body, comma, the whole vessel that is me is the primary system, comma, and then my bones are a core system, comma, my skin is a core system, and so on and so forth. So I applied that idea to this sketch that I made, which you now have access to because it's attached to this message. And the idea that I have with this is that if my life, it has the operating system of the life operating system, and I'm running on the life operating system, that is Gabriel Serra life operating system, period, comma, then if I go under the hood of that primary system, what will I find? Period. ... So it then came to me, wait a second, I'm probably not creating any systems ever, but I'm just refactoring how a system works. Does that idea make sense? Question mark. So I guess the way that I see it is that my goal is only to become aware of the system, is to be auditing my life and key areas of my life. And what are the most frustrating points of my life? And then analyze the system that is running on. And then take that system, isolate it, pick it apart, run it through the working procedure that we just created, and then refactor that system, period. So essentially, we're not creating a system, but we're just becoming aware of the system that has been contaminated or that has a virus, so to speak. So we have to update that operating system within the grander scheme of my life operating system, period. So to break that down even clearer is I have a way that I have done work up until a certain period of time, and it's produced a certain set of results in my life, but I'm not happy with the results in my life. So I now become aware of the results. I now become aware of who I have been. I now become aware of how my life has been running, or in this particular category, which is the way I work, period. And then as I do this, as I isolate this section of my life that is making me unhappy, I begin to discover that, wait a second, this is how I work. So therefore, this is my working operating system. This is the way that I do things to produce results. And that's why I'm frustrated with not achieving goals in life or whatever, period. So from there, the idea then becomes, okay, I must take this specific system, isolate it, because this is affecting other areas of my life. It's affecting my finances. It's affecting my relationships, because if I'm ineffective at work, then I'm just doing a whole bunch of work and I'm not really focused and locked in on what I'm doing, which then is creating more suffering in my entire life. And now it's creating the suffering of my entire life as a life operating system. So I must isolate and take this system and get it very fine-tuned so that I have a very structured way that I work, and that by the time I'm done with working for a certain period of time, I actually produce something that helps the future version of me reaccess and remember what I must be doing, period. So in my life, in me, there's a series of systems that are running, and some systems are sabotaging and fucking up my life. So now my goal is to unfuck myself and to unfuck my life operating system by unfucking the systems that are fucking me up. Messing me up. Period. So in that respect, then I think then the key is to become simply aware of the system I'm already running on, which means then there is no system to create. It's just refactoring a system. Period. Does that make sense? Or am I completely wrong in that understanding? Question mark. Is the key really to become aware of what I have been doing and my actions and my thoughts and my emotions, and then become aware of that specific aspect of my life, that specific system that I have been running on, and take it apart, look at it, and then change it? Because then once that changes, the idea is if I put that now isolated system that's been upgraded, put it back into my life operating system, now there should be a significantly different result, right? Question mark. Or once again, is that wrong in my thinking? Question mark. Yeah, so I ask all these questions to really be very thorough. And I found that the more thorough that I can be in how I understand these things, the better it's going to be long term. Because again, my goal is not to keep working a system for the rest of my life. It's to produce the documentation to hand it off to an agent that can do that for me, or a human that can do that for me. And that just requires me looking at this one aspect of my life. So if I'm here from this perspective and I'm looking at this, how do I look at this appropriately? You know, that's my question. That's been my question to myself. Okay. And let's make sure so that we don't fuck this up here, and we make sure we actually have a result for the day. We are going to reprint this thing now. Okay, and we're going to move on with our lives because I'm not going to be here for the next 2 hours trying to get this right if I haven't worked the system. I have to work this procedure. That's why it's a working procedure. I've got to work the fucking procedure. Duh. That's what we got to do. We got to work it. We have to implement it. Otherwise, it's pointless. It's doo-doo. Oh, and that's even cleaner too. It's all on just 6 pages, basically. Easy. Okay. Oh. I'd say it's good to go now. Okay, that's deep work. That is today's deep work session. Okay, that's not bad. That's not too bad, I think. Yes, that is definitely required to function. Okay, every property has been filled out. Yes, that's essential. Who, what, where, when, why, how. Okay, these things are not here for some reason. That's not the point, though. The point is we just have that. And actually, you know what? I'm actually just going to print one page. Right. Let's actually redo that. Right, which should be basically just a table of contents, basically. That's going to be a standard note. Okay. Okay, great. And now I just have to print out version 4. Page 1. Brilliant. There we go. Wonderful. Good thing I got that printer going yesterday. Got to print page 2 because only page 1 did it. Yeah. Okay, at least that works like that. Let's actually add that at the property level instead for next time. Okay, now this goes in here. Great. How to create or refactor a system. All right, and that's the end of the deep work session. Great. So now we're getting back on track with this thing. And this is obviously pre-deep work. All right, that will then be refactored at some point. Okay, but at least we now have this. Good. Yes, I'm really making sure this time around so that there's no bullshit. I have a binder full of procedures and what to do so should some bullshit happen. Gotta make sure that I can get back to this work. And so if I took time off, I should be, in theory, able to read and see what my habits were and etc. from this time period and pick up where I left off. That's my idea. Okay. Now the last bit here is we pulled up yesterday's. Okay, let's read this message first from ChatGPT.
Yes, your understanding is basically correct, and it's actually the most mature way to think about systems. Here's the clean truth. You're almost never creating a system from nothing. You're discovering an existing system, a behavior loop, and then refactoring it into an intentional, documented, repeatable system. So your language shift is right. Creating a system in real life usually means making an invisible, messy, implicit system visible, plus explicit, runnable. That is functionally the same as refactoring because there was already a version running, even if it was chaotic. Your primary system subsystem sketch is also correct. Primary system equals the container, your life, or a business, or trading OS. Subsystems, the modules, deep work, health, relationships, finance. Each subsystem is running whether you designed it or not. And the Tony Robbins sequence is exactly how refactoring works. State, story, strategy. Tony Robbins. If you skip state, you will refactor on paper but still execute the old system under stress. Where your model becomes extremely powerful, the system virus idea. Bad outcomes are usually not you failing. They're a system producing its current output perfectly. If you want a different output, you don't shame yourself. You change the loop. The practical refactor loop. This is the core move. 1. Find the pain, the recurring frustration / bottleneck. 2. Name the subsys deep work OS execution. 3. Describe the current loop, trigger, behavior, reward, outcome. 4. Define the desired output. What should this system reliably produce? 5. Write the BVT, minimum truth for this is now usable. 6. Ship bricks that move BVT toward true. So to your question, am I wrong? No, you're right. The key is you're refactoring what already exists into a deliberately engineered system. One important precision, so you don't get stuck philosophizing. Even if you call it refactoring, you still must create two things. Documentation, the runnable WP, structure, SSOT links plus DB wiring plus checklists. That's the part that turns insight into a machine that runs when you're tired.
Mm-hmm.
What other serious operators do, the Apple analogy, Apple doesn't reinvent iOS each year. They keep the same architecture and they refactor modules, remove bugs, simplify flows, harden reliability, improve defaults, deprecate what creates drift. That's exactly what you're doing with LifeOS and DeepWorkOS. Stable architecture, modular refactors. The simplest framing you can lock in. You are not building systems. You are making the systems you already run on visible, then upgrading them. That's literally what Work the System is about. Document reality, improve reality, install it. Sam Carpenter. If you want one sentence to anchor the whole thing, every problem in my life is a system output. My job is to identify the subsystem and refactor it until the output changes. If you want, next step is simple. Tell me the one subsystem that's bleeding into everything else right now. Deep work, money, relationship, health. And I'll help you write the system autopsy plus BVT in 10 minutes.
That's what I want to copy here. I essentially want to do that. Gotta update the steps live. Okay, that's what we want to do. And wouldn't it just be easier to write because then you can just copy it as opposed to going to every subpage. Just add a property. Right? There you go. See how easy that is, Gabriel? Okay, good. Right, let's change this into a formula. All right, so here's how we're going to create a formula. Screenshot, ChatGPT. Create a formula such that the print note prints out that formula if the select tag of yes is selected, period. If no, comma, the note prints something else. You decide what it should say, period. And then from there, it's going to give me the formula output. I'm going to copy that and it'll be done. If property print for binder equals yes, note conserve, do not print, use the digital version in Notion working procedure DB. Okay, good. Okay, and now let's go back to Notion. Let's add a property called its formula. And let's just paste that right now. Name is not a valid property. Okay, what property are you referencing? So let's go here. And it's still not the fucking title. Really? Okay. Okay. Print only one. Da, da, da. Okay, cool. Okay, great. So it did another step for me, which is good. But let's see, print note. Right, print note. There we go. Because in this way, I don't have to copy it constantly, you know? It's just better to have a formula. Especially if you're going to output the same thing over and over again. Just have a formula to do it for you. And you could even just have it like call on or select basically any select tags or whatever. So if certain conditions are true, then it's always going to print. If certain conditions are true, it'll print out that thing for you. So let's say if my print for binder is yes, or this is required to function, then it prints out this. Or if let's say I want to have and, so it has to be both of these are true, then it's going to print out that. But if let's say this is print for binder yes, but this is required to function no, then it won't print anything out like that. And yep. Okay. Print no formula. Too long. Tighten that up. Brilliant. Okay, cool. All right. Now let's have some fun. Today's deep work session is finished. Period. Please write a daily debrief report, 1 paragraph maximum, listing everything that we just completed from the first person perspective. Actually, no. Comma. Then give me another paragraph grading the effectiveness of today's deep work session out of 100%. Period. I have printed out that working procedure for systems, and tomorrow we're going to do an actual run through on that for taking apart the deep work operating system and then determining its use case, etc., analyzing it, and then running it across the entire schema, basically. Period. So now tomorrow we got to put it to the test. This week we have to basically put it to the test. And now that we did all that, I would really like to have some fun here. I got all this equipment and it's not just live streaming. Okay, let's go here, split page, go into Notion. Hello. And let's go to, we already got the working procedure. We did this, yes. Yes, that's done. That's deprecated now. That's also master working procedure for creating a system. That's also deprecated now. Mm-hmm. Right. And if I do it first as a human, I basically now just create that prompt as a prompt for ChatGPT. Run it in this way, basically. Okay. That probably makes a lot more sense too now. That probably makes more sense now for me. Yes. Okay. Got that done. Daily debriefs. Yes. Let's go here. Duplicate. Today is February 2nd. Goody goody. And we got to put February. Daily stand up. I may just put that all together in one thing, but then, right. Yeah, I think that has to go into one thing, which we did have something like this before. Refactor the deep work working procedure and sync it with the live stream. Okay. Shit. What did I do today? Yeah. And the reason why I did that yesterday, refactored and printed the working procedure for creating working procedures, is because I will absolutely need to be creating procedures as I go through this process. And then it's just working it and it's tightening it up, basically. Yeah, that's got to be it. That's got to be the cadence, because it's already now 10:25. Damn. And that's February 2nd, man. Today you completed a critical documentation and standardization push. You finalized the SSOT working procedure for how to create a refactor system, audited and tightened the core section ordering so it matches the way you actually think and work, removed redundant prompts, used bloat from the subpage in favor of clean property level linkage, clarified the system versus subsystem mental model. Your refactoring existing operating systems include the larger Life OS, and implemented a practical Notion automation improvement by creating a conditional print formula tied to print for border, so your binder workflow stays clean while the digital SSOT remains canonical. You also printed the systems working procedure, so you have an offline recovery artifact, and set tomorrow's mission, run a real walkthrough on Deep Work OS by applying the WP end-to-end use case analysis. Okay. Next. Did your actions move the needle? Great for effectiveness. This was needle moving because you strengthened the meta layer that prevents drift and loss in system failure modes. Your execution tomorrow becomes faster and more certain because today you locked the method and made it printable plus operational. The only reason it's not 100 so you don't yet complete a live full run on a target system, that's tomorrow. But as foundation brick for reliable refactoring, today is absolutely counts as shipping. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then now this is it. Yeah. Shit. That was supposed to take me one session and it fucking is taking me a cycle. Thinking that's where I gotta tighten this up now. That's where I really have to tighten this up now and reset the expectations. Like I wish I could do way more, but I have to just recognize that I'm here, you know? This is where I am. This is where I am. It's frustrating, but here's where I am. Do I wish I could do more faster? Yes. List all the steps for creating a system from scratch. Pull up the current working procedure. Print out that working procedure. Yes. Okay. We're going to continue on with that tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I guess the way that I would need it then is I would need the agent. Let's actually make that note here. Oh, cool. And I got now these images here. Oh, that's fun. Okay, so Hmm. Yeah, okay, that's gonna be it for today. That's gonna be it for today. That's gonna be it for today. Because now I gotta ask myself here, how am I gonna realistically manage this if I'm intending to create shorts? I'm intending to create these shorts and all this stuff. And how will I do this in such a way that I have the ability to produce content at scale? I've been driving myself crazy here with this lighting thing. And look, like this is already the light. This is already the light situation. I'm actually going to put back on that filter that I had before for this. And let's see how that one works here. Okay, be right back. All right, well, that looks like there's no glare hit or something like this. I don't know, man. Whatever. I gotta. There's something about this that's like I'm not fucking letting it go. Gotta let it go now. Gotta let it go. Okay, so that's actually a question I do want to ask. Maybe that'll be considered my fun for today. It's just to ask that question, and then afterwards I'm gonna do the Tony Robbins later on. And it looks fine. It looks fine, Gabriel. Please just let it go. God bless you. Just let it go. All right. So I guess this is the best way to articulate my thoughts here for now, you know, because it does take a while to think about this. So on that note from the previous example, there we go. All right, on the note of the previous example here, because I have to also decide if daily rhythm stays, goes, is bigger or smaller. So I have a system. Okay. This is currently my life's operating system, right? This is the big system right here. That's a big system, right? Okay. Now, my thinking is, like we mentioned before with the previous example, we've got these different systems in here, right? And they all connect and they all work together to make sure that this thing turns correctly. It goes in the right direction, right? We got to make sure that we're going in the right direction. Well, if we don't have something that can help us, what's going to happen? The thing is going to break down, right? My life is going to break down if I don't have the right systems. Okay, I understand that part. Now, here, let's assume we take these two. Okay, let's take these two. This one is deep work, right? It's how I work. Okay. And let's say that this one is daily rhythm. Rhythm. OS. Now, the question that I ask myself is that true? Like, is daily rhythm life OS? Or is daily rhythm daily rhythm? Right? And is this core, sub? Same question, same questions here. Same questions here. Because the way that I think I see it is like we have here another one. we have here Life OS. Then here we got daily rhythm. But I don't know if that's a sub. And then over here we have deep work. And then this is or we have pretty much that. We've pretty much got Life OS. Okay. Life OS / daily rhythm. And then we have deep work here. So how do we do this? And this has been my question, because up until now, it's been its own little system, right? But if you think about it, how I live every single day is going to add up to what happens in the trajectory of my life. And this is going to be the same for anyone. What you do in a given day is going to ultimately compound interest. I hope that's true. I fucking hope that's true. You know, I haven't seen compound interest necessarily in my life with certain things. But if that's true, if that actually is true, then what do we do here? And then I hear my fucking inner voice saying, Gabriel, you say you're going to get the lights. You say you're going to get the lights. That's something to now really think about here. Okay, either way. You can add files here for reference, I think. How do I think about this? How should I think about this? Yeah, it helps to do these little diagrams, because when you do these little diagrams or these little drawings or sketches or whatever you want to call it, it gives them more it gives me at least a fresher idea of what I'm trying to accomplish here. Because if I have deep work, well, deep work is every day, right? So right now, but what's in there? You got what I'm saying? Like, that's a part of my day. That's not the actual day. That's just a part of my day. So I think that even for a daily rhythm, there should be like a working procedure, like a system for that, and then a working procedure. So now I'm thinking maybe, maybe, a daily rhythm now goes from a subsystem to a core system. That's how I have it in my in my overall system. I have a daily rhythm operating system that now becomes, that is originally a subsystem, but now I'm wondering if it now has to get promoted to a core system. So we're going to ask ChatGPT this question here. And let's see what it gets, what it gives. And let's actually make it smarter, hopefully. Hey, where are you? What? Okay, let's try this again. Okay, let's get it to think here, because we really got to get it to think. I am in the process of refactoring the deep work operating system so that I have a very now documented, well documented, and tight system. And I know what is the objective of the system and what it's supposed to do and how it's supposed to run and function overall. Period. Having said that now, comma, I also have a daily operating rhythm operating system. And I'm determining whether that stays, comma, gets promoted from a subsystem to a core system, comma, whether it goes, etc. Period. And let's work through this logically. Okay? If I have my life operating system, comma, does the daily rhythm operating system get baked into the life operating system now as just one thing because that's my life operating system? Question mark. Or do we say that the life operating system is just the overall container of all those little tiny systems that make up my life? ... And so now I'm kind of struggling with this and whether or not to keep the daily rhythm operating system, comma, or whether to upgrade it, comma, or whether to merge it back into the life operating system. ... You know what? Let's actually copy that to the previous message here. And can I get this thing to think? Yes. Oh, okay. So I can just do that better. What are you doing? I wanted to create music too. Let's think about that again. And building on that idea of what we talked about before, of like, we have to identify the friction points in our life and what is causing the dissatisfaction in my life or in someone's life, and then pick apart and isolate what those things are. So I think that's where I was coming from with, okay, we had a daily rhythm operating system before, but should that now just be a life operating system, or just baked into the life operating system? ... So these are my questions right now. And when it comes to the deep work operating system and the daily rhythm operating system, comma, which is the more important one? Question mark. Like, if we broke it down into its most neutral form, comma, deep work happens within a given day. Period. Daily rhythm is every day. I have this day every single day, right? I live my life every single day. So which system is a core system? Which system is a subsystem? Or are they both core systems? Or are they subsystems? And what categorization should we have for the daily rhythm operating system if we're actually going to keep it as a daily rhythm operating system, or whether we're going to merge it back into the life operating system? Period. So please look at this image that I drew, this little sketch that I made, and help me determine what would be truest and what would be the most optimal. Period. Let's see. Yeah, I spend a lot of time thinking about these things. I spend a lot of time thinking about, like, the direction of my life and how my life has unfolded right now, up until right now. And yeah, I mean, for sure, like, there's no doubt about it. Like, there's God, the universe, something that's divinely orchestrating a lot of things that are beyond my comprehension. That is, for me, undeniable. However, at this stage, I'm asking myself, do I want to be drifting through life? I don't want to drift through life. I want to take control over my life and have control over this life and what I do. And I want to produce good fruit, and I want to produce good work. And so I think about these things, and I think about, well, if, from Tony Robbins' Rise to Summit Rise, Time to Rise Summit, if he said that, hey, look, I created Tony Robbins, that made me think, oh, he created his identity. So when we see this guy fucking punching fists and fucking make it move and all this stuff, he created that. He created that identity. He created himself as that, and that's his brand. And his brand has been around for 49, 50 years. You can't beat that. That's a long game thing. That's Tony Robbins' long game. So if I think about that, my brand is really way behind then, because this guy's got years, right? He's built up that trust. People just know, like, hey, this is Tony Robbins. You may not necessarily buy his courses. Some people do, right? I went to his business mastery, and that was like $7,000-8,000 per seat. But some people are not going to do that. They're going to maybe listen to him and maybe never buy from him. That's fine too. But I'm talking about, like, his long-term trust. Like, when I think about Tony Robbins, I think about, like, friend, right? He comes off as like a friend, and, like, I know this guy, right? Even if I never met him in person, even if I never shook his hand, hearing his stories or whatever, it's like I know of this person. I know his stories. I know the story when he didn't have money and he went to a buffet and he met with he saw a kid taking out his mom or whatever, and then he gave that cash. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but that's a damn good story. Or the stories with his parents and his mother and that shit that he went through with his parents. So knowing that, That's his brand. That's how he did it, right? And he says that your strategy has to change. Your strategy is your output. It's how you work your system. Strategy is preceded by your beliefs. So what do you think? What are you thinking? How are you acting? And before that is your state. So I can agree with all of that, right? Okay, that's fine. That's not the secret sauce here. The secret sauce for me is to become aware of the system, like what I'm doing, and then take that chunk, isolate it, pick it apart, take that gear out, look at it, and then make the corrections that I need to. That's where I'm going with this. And that's the point of these drawings and these sketches and these questions, is because, okay, this is my deep work, right? That's just one system, but it's fucking invisible. You got to become aware of it. Then there's the other one with the working out. That working out itself, that's a system. What you eat, that's a system. All this personal stuff, that's its own system, you know? The personal operating system, the life operating system, the fucking tooth fairy operating system. It's all its own systems. And what I've seen from Tony Robbins is that his system, the way he got it, it's like, hey, I think he did it right. You know, I think no one's perfect. No one is fucking perfect. That's for sure. He's been divorced and married a couple of times. I think that's not my business. I don't give a shit about that. But hey, look, for the most part, if he's married for 20 years to Sage Robbins, I think he did something right. If he has now 120 something businesses and they generate over $12 billion in ARR, I think he did something right. If he is able to go on camera and then a lot of people smile and they fucking participate in his things, and he's worked with a whole bunch of people, I think he did something right. And so in his summit, his online seminar, this was the highlight. This was the emphasis. You have to change your state. You have to make a move, you know, and you got to get your shit together, right? Sit in a powerful pose, right? Powerful pose. Don't drop your shoulders or whatever. Sit in that power pose and make your move. And maybe he does that, and maybe that guided him all the way up until where he is right now, where he's 66 years old. He looks great. He's got the house, the island, Fiji. He's got the wife, kids. He's got a 4.5-year-old daughter. I think he's doing all right. You know, I think he's doing it all right. And then there's other people too. Like I've seen Rob Dyrdek, where he's talking about his systems for his life and how he's been organizing that. And yeah. So at this stage, basically, you know, I know I have now a personal brand, right? So now I've got to take the identity. So the identity is my brand. So that's pretty much the same thing, right? So taking that out and then figuring that out. Okay. Figuring that part out now. Figuring out what's my personal brand, my identity. I've been working on this with the Inner Alchemy operating system, which I haven't been working for a while. So that's another one that has to get fixed. But in terms of like having everything in one centralized location and being able to pick apart the system, audit it, and then ensure that it's working. And if it's not working, I gotta scrap it, right? But then again, if I became aware of it, if I created it, it's because I became aware of it. So these are my thoughts. These are my thoughts in my head. These are how this is how I'm approaching my life. This is how I'm approaching business. This is how I'm approaching systems, how I approach creating anything. This is how I approach creating anything at this stage now. Because if I don't, then someone is going to have a plan for my life. And I'll be motherfucking damned. I will be damned if someone has a plan for my life that I'm not happy with. And maybe that's what God's doing. It's like, hey, okay, well, this is what you want to do. All right. And that's the paradox. I want to serve God. I want to serve God's will. I want to, you know, make my ascension and go to a higher level of consciousness. But then I'm also thinking, well, you know, I'm a human. I'm in this human body. and seeing this fucking, these things that I'm choosing to sell so I can get some cash here is stressing me out a bit. So what do I do? What the fuck am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? And that's where I am right now with a lot of this. That's where I am. These are my thoughts. This is what's in my head. And I gotta make my move, you know? I gotta make my move. And I gotta figure out how to get, maybe it's just one system that's like fucked up in my life. Because if I think about it, like, okay, I'm waking up at 4, I'm doing all these things that I'm doing, the daily activity, the daily whatever. What's the system that's really fucking me right now? I think it's the financial system. My financial system, right? Because the outer world's got its financial system, and that's going to be what it's going to be. I can't fucking bitch about that. I have to do something about that for my system and how I approach money and how I approach finances. So that's where I am. And as opposed to fucking looking at YouTubers that probably don't know what the fuck they're talking about, I've got to decide for myself what it is that I need to do to make this work. What do I need to do to get to that place where I want to be when I'm fucking Tony Robbins' age, you know? Because I think I can do something. I think I have something. I think I'm getting much closer to understanding what that something is. And that's systems. Creating systems, helping people audit their life and unfuck themselves. Oh, helping people audit their life and unfuck themselves with systems that are more aligned to what they want. All right? So what's going on in your life? What's the issue? What's the problem? And how do we fix this? What's the solution? We don't want to spend too much time on the problem. We want to spend more time on the solution. And that's what I'm focusing on always. What's the solution here? What's the solution? What's the solution? Make your move. Yes, I'm making my move. Yes, I'm making my move. And these are all the thoughts. This is where I am right now. So let's go back to ChatGPT and see what the fuck it says.
Got it. I'm going to treat this like an architecture decision. Define what Life OS is, container versus system. Define what Daily Rhythm OS and Deep Work OS.
Mm-hmm. Right. Hold on a second. Time out. Time it out. There was another idea that just came through right now. And now this is the rant. This is the rant. The rant. Mm-hmm. That's an idea. And we start there. I'm starting my rant right now. Mm-hmm. Brilliant. So now all I have to do is just literally do this, hit the start, stop. see if we can. Mm-hmm. Go back. For now, Gabriel, for now. Yep, for now. Good enough is good enough, right? Okay. Please, for the love of Christ, let's go. Nope, we don't need that. Yes, we need that.
Got it. Got it. I'm going to treat this like an architecture decision. Define what Life OS is, container versus system. Define what daily rhythm. Got it. I'm going to treat this like an architecture decision. Define what Life OS is, container versus system. Define what Daily Rhythm OS and Deep Work OS actually do. Then give you the cleanest long game structure plus a simple rule for what gets merged versus kept separate. TLDR. Treat Life OS as the container plus governance layer, the operating system of operating systems. Keep Daily Rhythm OS as a core system under Life OS, and keep Deep Work OS as a subsystem inside Daily Rhythm OS. Because
Okay, that makes sense.
Deep Work is a mode you run inside your day. Don't merge them into one page. Link them tightly so you get clarity without bloat. Number 1, the cleanest long game definition that resolves your confusion. Life OS is not one system that does everything. Life OS is the master container that defines true north FASTA priorities, holds the map of your systems, routes you to the right system when life happens, governs standards, definitions, brick rules, as sought rules, review cadence. So yes, Life OS contains the other systems. It doesn't need to become them. 2, which one is more core, Daily Rhythm OS or Deep Work OS? Daily Rhythm OS is more core than Deep Work OS. Reason you live every day, even on days you cannot do deep work. Daily Rhythm OS is the always-on scheduler plus regulator. Daily Rhythm OS equals how I run a day. Sleep, state, health, admin, family, work blocks, recovery. Deep Work OS how I run a focused work block to ship a brick, a protocol you execute inside a day. So deep work happens within the daily rhythm. Your intuition here is correct. Number 3, the most optimal categorization. Use this structure. Life OS, primary system container. Core systems, top-level modules. Daily Rhythm OS, core system, Deep Work OS, subsystem work mode. Deep work cycles, monthly 4-week cycles. Bricks DB, time tracker, stand-ups, debriefs, execution tooling. Trading OS, core system. Family OS, health OS. This matches your sketch. Life OS in the center, with systems orbiting, and deep work nested under daily rhythm. No. 4, when should you merge versus keep separate? Here's the rule that won't fail you. Keep it separate if any of these are true. It has a different cadence, daily versus session versus weekly versus monthly. It has its own artifacts, DBs, metrics. It needs to be teachable as a standalone module, template ready. It can be run independently by a future you agent. Merge it only if it's just a short checklist that will never grow. By that rule, Daily Rhythm OS stays separate, always on, daily cadence, state regulation, scheduling. Deep Work OS stays separate, session protocol, brick shipping, cycle mechanics. They should be linked from Life OS, not absorbed into it. The 5, the most true way to think about it in neutral terms. Daily Rhythm OS equals state plus energy plus time allocation, the substrate that makes work possible. Deep Work OS equals execution protocol, how you turn time into a shipped artifact. Your state, story, strategy, insight maps cleanly. Daily Rhythm OS primarily protects state. Deep Work OS primarily enforces strategy, execution. Life OS governs the story, meaning plus direction, true north. Number 6, what I would do if I were locking this for the long game. 1. Keep Life OS as the container, not the merged mega page. 2. Keep Daily Rhythm OS as a core system. 3. Keep Deep Work OS as a subsystem under Daily Rhythm OS. 4. In Life OS, add a single core execution panel with 2 links. Run My Day. Daily Rhythm OS, ship a brick, Deep Work OS. That gives you maximum clarity, minimal redundancy, and it scales when agents/humans take over. If you want, paste your current core systems list under Life OS, and I'll tell you exactly which are core systems versus subsystems using the same rule set above. No fluff, just clean classification.
Hmm. Let's add that. Hmm. So now that's interesting because now that gets switched around. So if I go to Bridges DB, and let's say I look at this library over here. And mind you, a lot of these are fucked. These are all messed up and it's gotta change now. Yeah, exactly. Like my fucking Life OS. It works. My life works, but it's gotta be updated, you know? So it's like we got this whole container of things. The things that I do in the oh wait, that's actually a good question. Okay, so now the next question is if I'm let's go to we are looking at this example that I had sketched and illustrated, comma, and the purpose is to take apart a system and to like audit one system within the entire system to make sure that if that system works, if that subsystem ultimately or core system works within the entire life operating system, then in theory or in reality, then it should produce a much more positive result to life, right? Question mark? I'm not sure exactly where I'm going with that one. Okay, let's go here. So we have here daily rhythm. Daily rhythm, what is its thing? It is a core system now, actually. Wait. It's a core system, and in there is a subsystem now. So now that actually switched. But that's the thing too. Like those little systems overall impact everything else. So you got to always look at these little systems. You have to. Fucker. And I think this is also super important too, because like for my kids, I'll be damned if they're gonna fucking drift through life like I felt like I have, you know, like even though I have, titles and certifications and degrees and whatever, that means fucking nothing. It means nothing. It means nothing. That's not who I am. And Tony Robbins was making a good point on that. My friend, when we spoke on the weekend, he said, when he lost his job, it hit his confidence, but then he got a new job and he realized, oh wait, that's not my identity. That's just what I do. That's a job that I do.
Got it. I'll 1. Quickly audit the working procedure PDF for structure completeness and give you a score, and 2. Answer the Life OS versus Daily Rhythm OS versus Deep Work OS architecture question using your sketch with a simple rule you can apply every time. Yep, your model is right, and it's the long game way to do it. Life OS equals the primary system, the container motherboard. Daily Rhythm OS plus Deep Work OS equals subsystems inside Life OS that govern execution. Most of what you're doing is not inventing systems from scratch. It's discover, isolate, refactor, reintegrate, verify the systems you've been unconsciously running. If you upgrade one subsystem, like how you work, and it's truly integrated plus enforced, it will cascade upward into better results across the whole Life OS. Finances, relationships, health, because execution.
So when you say this, what is the optimal then approach to working on a system? Question mark. Are we working on a system from the top down, from the biggest thing, or are we just saying, okay, we have my life operating system as a whole. Let's look at one little area of where something is fucked up. And then let's fix that and let's put it back now into the whole thing, the life operating system. And now let's see what happens there and how that influences the entire system. Question mark. ... Are we working from the smallest unit then to the biggest? Or are we working on just the whole thing? Question mark. I'm asking it this way for a reason. So what would be the... I guess my question then would be, what would be the most optimal way of improving my entire life by having a life operating system? Question mark. How would it ideally be structured to pick apart systems and to improve the overall quality of my life? Question mark. Like in trading, when you are analyzing the charts, from what I understand, is you want to go from a top-down approach, your highest time frame to your trending time frame to now your execution time frame, right? So where you're actually going to make the move. So you're looking at it from top down. Comma. Some people may say I look from the fucking bottom up. I don't know. Period. So that's where I'm asking you in terms of applying this to systems. What do we do here? And what's the most optimal way to really drastically improve the quality of my life? Question mark. Do we go with the smallest system first, put that into the thing, and then measure the quality of my life after I've upgraded that system, after I've become aware and I've upgraded it? Or do we say something else? Like we take on a core system, CORE system, pick that apart, and then work from there? Question mark. How do we do this? So hold on that one. Okay, we'll revisit that message in a bit.
Upstream of outcomes. Number 1, your working procedure V4.
Okay, so let's reread this. If you upgrade one subsystem, like how you work, and it's truly integrated and enforced, it will cascade upward into better results across the whole life OS, finances, relationship, health, because execution is upstream of outcomes. Execution is upstream of outcomes. Execution is upstream of outcomes.
Plus grade, completeness, accuracy. I'm grading the PDF you shared, V4. As a standalone WP, a human agent could
All right, like I'm looking at this right now. We've got the wind muff for this guy, which feels pretty solid actually as I'm squeezing it in. But if I take this apart, if I start to take this apart, this is the whole shell of this thing, right? I take this out. And now I see there's other pieces in here. Now I've just discovered that there's other pieces in this thing. Okay. But now what happens if I take this out, and if I take this out, and then I see the little smallest little things? I think that's how that works for life, for my life, for anyone's life, basically, is you've got what's on the surface, but you don't know what's underneath it all, right? And even this too, this is a primary system in itself. But if you look at the mic arm, you've got all this other shit going on with it. So it's got this little system, it's got this little system, it's got this little system, it's got the clamp, which is another system component. So it's like, it's all of it. And then if you look at a pen, you've got this as the whole system. But then if you try to pull this apart, you see the other things. You've got this, you've got the spring inside, you've got the pen, you got the ink. And that makes it all come together. Same thing with the phone. We've got this piece right here, but then inside you've got little components. If I were to take apart the phone, which I'm not going to do because that's way too much time and energy. But if I were to take apart that phone, I would see more things. The same thing with the Rodecaster. I would see more things, and then it's not just that, it's the software. It's the software. That's what we have to keep in mind.
under stress. Grade 7400.
Because the software is what enables it to do what it does. The software.
Why it scores high, what's working. Correct intent framing. It explicitly aims for repeatable under stress. No hunting. 7 levels complete. GPT convertible. That's aligned with your architecture. Clear pass-fail definition. You defined operational only if all 7 levels exist. That's a real quality gate. Troubleshooting section is strong. It anticipates failure modes, scope creep, planning spiral, can't find things, and gives corrective actions. It already thinks like an agent. If fully agentic later, request missing inputs instead of guessing. Good. What's missing? Why it's not 90 plus yet? Right now, V4 is still a meta document in one critical place. 1. The How Steps section is not actually executable yet. It says steps to execute this working procedure, use a numbered list, mention prompts in line, but does not include the numbered list itself. It's still placeholder level. 2. Where is not explicitly defined. You have findability rules, SSO no hunting, but the WP needs one explicit where section that answers. Where is the SSOT page for the system? Where are the canonical DBs to touch? Where is the output stored? Exact DB pages. 3. Inputs are partly specified, but not minimum viable input. Under stress, you need a minimal input set like active crosspoint one sentence, system name owner, definition of done, link to SSO or create SSO now as the first brick. 4. No example run, even a tiny one. One filled example makes this instantly usable for other humans later. The one change that would most improve it, add a real step-by-step numbered runbook with checkboxes and if-then branches. If creating new system, step path A. If refactoring existing system, step path B. Once that exists, your score jumps from 74 to 90 plus. Daily Rhythm OS versus Deep Work OS. What's the most optimal structure? Here's the cleanest, least confusing model that matches how real operating systems work. Keep LifeOS as the single primary system. LifeOS does not become Daily Rhythm OS. LifeOS is the container that holds many subsystems. Make an execution layer umbrella inside LifeOS. Inside
LifeOS is the single primary system. Yes, of course. LifeOS does not become the daily rhythm, right? Because it's the container that holds many subsystems. That's correct.
OS. Create one parent subsystem. Execution OS, or execution engine. Daily Rhythm OS equals the loadouts, recurring structure. Wake, sleep, focus days, recovery days, fast days, rituals, etc. Deep Work OS equals the protocol for producing bricks. LifeMap SR brick, BVT alignment, handoff sentence, debrief. This solves your exact confusion because it clarifies the relationship. Daily Rhythm OS answers, when do I execute and in what daily shape? Deep Work OS answers, how do I execute and what counts as a shipped output? Which is more important? They're important in different ways. Daily Rhythm OS is foundational. It stabilizes the nervous system and provides the container. Deep Work OS is the output engine. It creates the artifacts that change your life. If you must choose a priority for moving the needle, Deep Work OS is the core wealth mission multiplier because it creates bricks. Daily Rhythm OS is the stability multiplier because it prevents collapse and inconsistency. So structurally, both are core subsystems under LifeOS. Deep Work OS should remain distinct, not merged away, because it's a reusable protocol you'll apply across trading OS, personal brand OS, etc.
Exactly, yeah. So Deep Work is a very important system. But I'm gonna just play devil's advocate with ChatGPT in a bit. Deep Work is a very important system. That's how I understand it, because Deep Work, if you don't have a Deep Work operating system and you just show up, you're gonna fucking just be willy-nilly here and you have no way of recording things. And that was my problem about 15 months ago-ish. Like, where the fuck was I going, you know? And I really had to get this thing under control here and figure out my life and figure out where I'm going with my life.
Number 3, your refactor a subsystem whole life improves question. Yes, if you do two things. 1, you refactor the subsystem with a measurable done definition, BVT style. Otherwise, you'll feel like you improved it, but nothing changes. 2, you reintegrate it back into the parent system with enforcement, daily rhythm plus dashboards, drift detection. Otherwise, it becomes a document, not an operating system. Think of it like iOS.
You reintegrate it back into the parent system for dashboards, drift detection. Otherwise, it becomes a document, not an operating system.
Apple doesn't create a new OS every year. They refactor subsystems, notifications, battery management, privacy, UI elements, then regression tests so the whole system remains stable. Same idea here. Refactor Deep Work OS. Ensure it plugs into Daily Rhythm OS, your scheduled loadouts. Verify in the real world by shipping bricks repeatedly, not just writing docs. Bottom line recommendation. Do not merge Daily Rhythm OS into Life OS. Keep Life OS as the umbrella container. Do not dissolve Deep Work OS into Daily Rhythm OS. Deep Work OS stays distinct as the brick engine. Create Execution OS as the parent layer that cleanly contains both. If you want, paste the current House Steps section from the WPV4, just that section, and I'll rewrite it into a fully runnable, numbered, branch-based runbook that would work even if you were wrecked, foggy, or coming back after months off.
Next question, colon. If I take apart a system and then I work on it, comma, and I put it back into the primary system, work on a core or a sub. Next question. If I work on a core or a sub system and then I work on it and I put it back into the primary system, comma, how would I know if it was worth doing? Question mark. Because that's where I am right now. I'm thinking to myself, before I do anything else, this has to produce a substantial output for me. And it has to be a very noticeable and easy to feel difference. Tangible difference, period. How would I accomplish that? Question mark. Like if I'm doing all this work to refactor the deep work operating system, I've got to know that afterwards there's a result. Period. Is that what the BVT is for? Question mark. Or is there something else that we're not seeing here? Question mark. And that would be the feedback layer. All right, my question here was...
You don't pick top-down versus bottom-up. You do top-down orientation plus bottom-up execution every time. That's the optimal long game loop, and it matches trading perfectly. Top-down equals decide what matters. Direction, highest leverage bottleneck. Bottom-up will ship small, irreversible improvements, bricks that compound. Feedback, measure results, detect drift, adjust. If you go only top-down, you'll live in theory and architecture. If you go only bottom-up, you'll fix random shit and drift off true north. The optimal way to improve your life with Life OS, the actual loop. 1. Top down. Pick the one leverage point. Start from Life OS, compass. Then choose one of these two lenses. Bottleneck lens, best for fast results. What is the single constraint that if fixed makes everything else easier? Bleeding lens, best for stability. What is currently causing repeated collapse, chaos, or regression? That becomes your active cross point. 2. Choose the subsystem that owns that cross point. You're not improving your whole life. You're improving the one subsystem that currently governs the bottleneck. Examples: if your life is chaotic, daily.
You're not improving your whole life. You're improving the one subsystem that currently governs that bottleneck. Right. Right. So we got to pick out what the fuck is the issue here? What is the issue that's preventing me from reaching true north? And then we now need to take that thing apart.
Daily Rhythm OS, stability container. If you don't ship results, Deep Work OS, output engine. If you overthink decisions, decision matrix, decision WP. If money is leaking, Wealth OS, finance subsystem. 3. Define BVT for that subsystem. What fixed means.
Okay. If your life is chaotic, Daily Rhythm. If you don't ship results, Deep Work. If you overthink decisions, decision matrix. If money is leaking, wealth OS. Oh, yeah, that's simple.
This is the make or break move. A system is upgraded only when BVT equals true operational in real life, not when the doc looks good. Example BVTs, Deep Work OS BV, 3 bricks week shipped for 2 weeks with handoff, debrief logged. Daily Rhythm OS BV, sleep wake anchors, MWF Deep Work container runs 2 weeks without collapse. For 4, bottom up, ship bricks until BVT becomes true. Now you go granular. Brick equals smallest irreversible change that moves BVT forward. 1 brick per session. No redesigning the whole OS every time. Nash 5, reintegrate plus enforce. This is where most systems die. Integration means it shows up in your daily rhythm loadout. It's in your dashboards. Drift detection catches violations. The next brick handoff keeps momentum. 6, measure outcome shifts, the cascade. You track a few simple indicators. Output, bricks shipped week. Stability, number of reset days needed. Stress, nervous system regulation score. Relationship signal, fewer friction events. Money signal, fewer avoidable mistakes, more execution. If the metrics don't move, the system wasn't actually upgraded, it was documented. So, do you start with a small system or a core system? Use this rule. Start with the smallest system that fixes the biggest bottleneck. Not smallest overall, not biggest overall. Pick based on leverage. Another simple rule, if you're collapsing inconsistent, fix Daily Rhythm OS first, container. If you're stable but not producing, fix Deep Work OS first, engine. If you're producing but misdirected, fix decision compass alignment, navigation. The trading style timeframe mapping for Life OS. Higher timeframe, macro. Life compass, true north. What matters this season? Mid timeframe, structure. Active crosspoint, active bridge system. BVT. Execution timeframe, micro. Today's brick, done definition, ship plus handoff. That's the whole game. Hash the biggest mistake to avoid, trying to fix Life OS as a whole. Life OS isn't a thing you complete. It's a governance layer that routes your attention to the right subsystem, then forces the loop. Crosspoint, BVT, bricks, feedback. If you want the most drastic improvement fast, do this order. 1, Daily Rhythm OS, minimum viable stability. 2, Deep Work OS, minimum viable output. Only then, expand into other domains, Wealth OS, Family OS, etc. Because stability plus output's compounding. If you tell me which feels more true right now, I'm unstable, dysregulated, inconsistent, or I'm stable but not shipping, I'll give you the exact next subsystem to refactor and a clean BVT plus first 5 bricks to ship.
Okay. Okay. So that makes more sense now. That this system, the daily rhythm, is for a stable life. It's for how I run my day. I've got gotta sleep, gotta eat. I'm gonna put so much time in a day to focus and to do work, etc., etc. Thinking takes time. Producing as something output takes time. So it is a bit of work. And we got to think about this a bit more carefully. how are we going to be navigating life? You know? Which I did it now. Great. The side of daily rhythm, da, 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 da. Yes, it's now bigger. Thank God. So now I should know what my every 24 hours looks like. So now I can write a working procedure for that. And now the thing is to execute it and see if there's a measurable result. Which means I need tracking metrics and things like this. So it's all connected. Okay. My question was, if I work on a core system and then I work on it, if I work on a core substance and I work on it and I put it back into the primary system, how would I know if it was worth doing? Because that's where I am right now. Thinking to myself, if I do anything else, before I do anything else, this is to produce a substantial output for me and has to be a very noticeable and tangible difference. How would I accomplish that? Like if I'm doing all this work to refactor the deep work operating system, I've got to know that afterwards there's a result. Is that what the BBT is for, or is there something else I'm not seeing here? Now let's do this.
Short answer, yes, BVT is necessary, but it's not sufficient by itself. What you're missing is a pre-commitment to measurable impact at the Life OS level, not just system works. Let me make this very concrete. The core problem you're actually pointing at. You're not asking, open quote, did the system run? Close quote. You're asking, open quote, was this worth my life energy? Close quote. That's a return on attention question, not a documentation question. A system can pass BVT and still not matter, so we need two gates, not one. The two gates that determine whether a system upgrade was worth it. Gate 1, system viability, BVT. This answers, open quote, does the system actually function in reality? Close quote, you already have this. Example, Deep Work OS, BVT equals true when 3 bricks week shipped for 2 consecutive weeks with handoff plus debrief completed, without collapse or avoidance. If BVT is false, the system is unusable. Stop. But BVT alone only tells you the engine runs. Gate 2, life impact test. This is the missing piece. This answers, open quote, did upgrading this system materially improve my life? Close quote. This is where most systems people fail. They never define this before doing the work. The missing construct, outcome delta. Before you refactor any core or subsystem, you must define, open quote, if this works, what will be measurably different in my life? Close quote, not vibes, not theory, not clarity, observable deltas. How to do this properly, step by step. Step 1, define the before state, baseline. Write this down before refactoring. Example, Deep Work OS, bricks shipped week equals 0, 1, sessions avoided or broken equals frequent, mental load after work equals high, carryover clarity to next day equals low, emotional signals, frustration, self-distrust. This is your control sample. Step 2, define the life impact criteria. This is separate from BVT. Think of it as, open quote, what must change in my lived experience for this to be worth it? Close quote. Example like for Deep Work OS. Output to 3 bricks week consistently. Carryover, I know exactly what the next brick is without thinking. Stress, post-session nervous system is regulated, not fried. Trust, I trust myself to follow the system tomorrow. Time, less time spent reorienting or replanning. These are felt plus measurable. Step 3, run the system for a fixed evaluation window, not forever, not vibes. Usually 7 days for rhythm systems, 14 days for execution systems, 1 full cycle for strategic systems. No tweaks during the window unless the system breaks. Step 4, run the life impact review, non-negotiable. Ask only these questions. 1, what objectively changed? 2, what felt different? 3, what friction disappeared? 4, what new friction appeared? 5, would I choose this system again? If the answer to the 5 is not a clear yes, the system was not worth the energy, regardless of BVT. So where does BVT actually sit? Think of it like this. BVT equals this system is real and runnable. Life impact test, this system deserves to exist. Both are required. Why this matters so much for you specifically? You are not a beginner. You are not trying to be productive. You are trying to protect your life energy and trajectory. So your systems must justify themselves. The correct mental model: you are not building systems. You are identifying leverage points, upgrading behavior engines, reintegrating only what produces compounding returns. Everything else gets discarded. The final rule: tattoo this mentally. Open quote. No system survives unless it improves lived experience. Close quote. Documentation without outcome is intellectual masturbation. You're past that phase. If you want, next we can define a standard life impact review template, 1 page, ruthless. Or apply this exact framework right now to Deep Work OS and define BVT, life impact criteria, evaluation window, go kill decision. Just tell me which one you want to do next.
Hmm. Hmm. So then there's something missing here. Hmm. Hmm. Shit. Gotta get better at this. So that would be then the step one is to audit the system. You gotta audit something. There's something wrong. There's something wrong here. Right. Okay. Let's think. Okay. Let's copy that. Okay, so how would I actually express that then? So that there is a clear, repeatable process where I can basically audit a system and look at either a cross point, like where am I in my life, like take a life inventory or something like this and say, okay, well, what's the fucking issue here with my life right now? What's the bullshit story? What's the bottleneck basically? Like how I did with the equipment for the personal brand. I looked at, okay, well, what's the bottleneck here with the lights? What's the bottleneck here with the camera? What's the bottleneck here with the audio? What's the bottleneck here with the computer? And what do I need to bridge now? What's the gap I need to bridge? The cross point, right? And when it comes to what you just said in your previous message with this life impact review, the 2 gates concept, I'm asking myself, where do I express that? How do I express that? And in what order do I express that? Question mark. Like, do I say every single month when I'm at base camp, I'm looking at my life and I'm doing a life review during that 4th week off? And if so, do I say, okay, well, what's the issue with my life? What the fuck is going on? And where am I not where I want to be according to my true north? Period. And if I do that and I do have this these questions like, okay, what's going on with my life right now? Or do I say that that's the cross point? Question mark. Is that the purpose of why I just use the crosspoint database to do an assessment of myself and to see where I am? Or do I have a specific, distinct database for a life impact review or something like this, where I can look at and take an audit of my life every single month? How do I do this? Question mark. But that's also why, again, the systems auditor. How does it flow into system work, and how do I keep it repeatable without overbuilding? You do not need a new complicated, you need one clear audit loop that runs in a cadence into crosspoints, systems, BBT, life impact review. Order of operations, always the same. Life, the reality. Where each thing lives. Okay. Let's see here. We're going to wrap this up. Do I have, what about this database? Question mark. Do I have a life review in systems auditor? Question mark. Or do I collapse this systems auditor DB and rename it to life review DB? And then close that loop with the life impact review DB as well? Question mark. What's the best way to express this in the most easiest way possible that is also scalable long term? Question mark. Let's copy that back to Notion. Now this is very important now. All right. That's the main thing, is just create a fucking chain. Just create it as a chain, Gabriel. like a factory.
It's 11:55. Eat something nourishing that will raise your vibration and consciousness and keep
Restart iPhone. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's the deep work of the next session. There's only one fucking thing, Gabriel. Please, one thing. Mm. Okay. All right. That was quite a bit we covered today. But that is the point. That is the point. And now, right, let's open that up too. Okay. So if I wanted to start a rant, and this is basically just me talking and going on a little fucking rant and tangent. This is me saying a whole bunch of stuff or whatever, expressing my ideas, expressing what I think, etc., etc. And then this is when I stop. And the recording stops. Okay, cool. Let's play that back. Screen share that. Okay. Let's play that back. Me talking and going on a little fucking rant and tangent. This is me saying a whole bunch of stuff or whatever, expressing my ideas, expressing what I think, etc., etc. And then this is when I stop. Good. Okay, so we got that. Let's close this all out. Got the screen share, everything like this. And let's shut it down for today. All right, as you can see, this is what we worked on today. And this is where we are. And if I ever want to record something, right, I can just rename that to record. Right, just capture. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's be kinder to ourselves here. Oh, great. And now turn that off. That is the next question that I want to ask as a side note. Next question is, if I want to... Okay, for OBS, I have a scene where I wanted to start recording my thoughts. And I already set up the multi-actions here. But my question is, how do I crop? Like, let's say if I want to just really zoom in on my head or something like this, or I want to switch scenes quickly, where I can, instead of having like a default camera position, the camera zooms in or it zooms out in cuts. period. Does that make sense? So basically, let's say if the camera is still and it's on me, as you can see in the screenshot, how do I set it up to where I can be talking as a talking head and press my foot pedal, switch scenes, and then it zooms into me like a close crop, basically? How do I achieve that in OBS? Or do I have to achieve that somewhere else? Question mark, like in post editing or something like this. Or is the point of us getting all the equipment and the stream deck and everything like this so that there's zero editing post production and then we just do it in real time? Question mark. Which that's what it should be. That's what I paid all this money for. Good. That's exactly what it should be for. All right. Makes perfect sense. Yes, you can do this live in OBS. No post production needed. Mm. Let's see if we can do that here in OBS. So, well, that's not gonna work. Let's stop the screen share then. And let's go here to OBS. And assuming I want to create a new thing. Wide, medium, and close. All right, tell me what to do here to achieve a close up period. Okay. 600 pixels. Oh. I didn't know that. Right. 300. Okay. Top. 200. Bottom. 150. Now adjust position at the top. Position is position X. Audit both scenes, comma. Does it make sense to have the wide scene and the close scene like this? Question mark. Shouldn't it be that like I fit the screen here? Question mark. Or do we have to like box it in or something like this? Question mark. No, that would be it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think this would be easier for me to do it like this. And then the close up. Maybe we say hmm, mm, maybe? Hmm. Is this how it should look? Question mark? That's probably something I just do later on or something. I don't know. We'll get there. For now, that looks interesting. You switch scenes. Oh, I can also put a thing here. A multi-action. Mm-hmm. We go first to Stream Deck pedal. And then we go to the new profile name would be okay. And then on the one, we've got, how do we do that? We've got right, wide. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And over here on the Stream Deck XL, we got the switch profile to be the long form. Yes. Good. There we go. That fits. And then we click on this. Hello. We click on this, and all we gotta do is just now. I should be able to press the thing and go wide, close. Yes, there we go. There we go. And then if I go back over here, I should be able to go profile. Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. Great. So assuming that I'm here, there's no difference in the angles. Okay, cool. Da 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 da. Now let's say I want to actually record something. I'm gonna press this button and record a thought starting in 3, 2, 1. This is me recording a thought. And so like I'm thinking to myself, wow, this is it. This is exactly how I'm doing it. I'm just pressing my foot on the foot pedal and I'm just going back in and back out, you know? And yeah, I think that at a point, now I got to ask myself about that grainy image. Or is this clear enough? Is this not clear enough? I don't know. I don't know. But that's where I am right here. And maybe this goes into a talking head. Right? Maybe we cut that in and have it like this, and then we go even closer. I don't know. But we just have to cut in, cut out, cut in, cut out, cut in, cut out. We go wide, we go close. And then if I want to share a screen share, I can just add that into here, which I will do in the foot pedal. So let's go back to the foot pedal and let's add another scene, one last scene here. And the scene that we're going to add here is the picture in picture. Yes. We're going to call this Pip. Baby. Okay. So I'm here, and yeah, let's take a look at the screen. It's not working right now. Okay, let's see why. Long form. Yeah. It should be that. Hello. Yep, there we go. That's it. Okay. So I'm just constantly toggling between the scenes then. So I can either be here. Okay, I can either be here, or I can be here, or I can be here. And that brings me to my next point is when doing video production, when doing editing of any kind, I'm not going to do it because it takes a lot of work. And this is me cutting between the scenes. And this was the problem some people had before, right? Right? You wanted me to edit all these videos and all this stuff? No, I'm not going to do that. It takes too much time and energy. It really does. And this is just way cleaner, way simpler, way easier. And I'm able to just switch scenes very, very freaking fast. I can just go between one thing and another 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 thing. And I'm able to do this very, very quickly now. So I'm excited about that one. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Very good. And yeah, I mean, in terms of like, you know, being anchored into the chair and the right angle of the chair, not going to be able to do that. But let's see, wide angle. That's the wide angle, right? That's the link 2. That's wide. That's close. That's wide. That's close. So if I ever want to record something, all I got to do is just press that button down. Pop, 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 pop. Let's try it. I'm going to stop that. And this is me streaming, right? This is the basic streaming setup. Okay, fine. Let's say I want to actually record this thought. Okay, so today what I worked on was the following. Now, if you can see here, this is what I have. These are my screenshots, whatever. And that brings me to an interesting point that I had. The point that I had with this was if I'm thinking about how to construct the most simple content production workflow, it's got to be massively easy. It's got to save me time. And I'm using this close-up frame to actually emphasize a point. So if you look at the screenshot over here, the screen share is going to show me my screen. And that's going to be one really good key scene. Then after that, I have a basic talk, you know? And then after that, if I want to emphasize a point, I can just emphasize this point right here, just like this. And then all that makes it much easier. It makes it so much easier to create this content. It makes it so much easier to not do any post-production because post-production is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with how many cuts I have or the graphics or whatever. It has everything to do with the message, the content. What am I putting out there? What am I producing? So I got to make sure I produce the right things. So that's why we're going to do this. And that's why we're doing it this way. We're going to make sure that it's correct, right? So if let's say something happens with the foot pedal and it goes blank for right now. Oh, I can't use the foot pedal. Oh, dang it. I can't use it. I just hit the record and I should be back to, you know, doing my thing, which is great. And that's exactly what I want. I want to make sure that if I go off on a tangent, if I share something that I think is of value, then I'm able to quickly put it up there, right? And I'll be using this as my means or my method of producing that kind of content. If I ever need to actually clip it out, then I can just go in a, you know, film editor or whatever the case is, and then just clip out that scene. If there's a screen share that shouldn't be shared or whatever, I just clip it out. But even still, this is just a business basic account, so I'm not going to be doing personal and business here. I'm not going to mix the two together. That's a mistake. I'm going to make sure that everything is put in its place. It's organized, it's clean, and there's zero friction. So there you have it, folks. That's my thing. That's where I am right now. And that is the recording. And that just made me feel so much easier and better. And that was fun, actually. That was actually very, very fun. But now, okay, now that's the last one. For the stop, I gotta make sure that the foot pedal there we go. Gotta make sure the foot pedal now sets a blank, right? So if I hit the stop, I should see exactly. Yep, everything is just basic, right? We should get everything basic now. Cool. And if I want to record it again, now this is me just hitting the record. This is me with the zoom in, the frames, and everything is now just hands off. So I could literally just be sitting here and now having all these frame cuts and switching scenes and things like this. And now we can show the screen. Everything is pretty simple, straightforward, standard, easy peasy, 1, 2, 3, Z, lemon squeezy. Very good. Goody goody. Yeah. So that's what I want to do. Now let's go back in here. Done. And I should not be able to do any cuts. Good. Because that's exactly what I want. Thanks. Good to go.